This is the world we live in now.
Yes, thank you. Yes. It's okay. It's our first. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's missing here. Amanhã também estamos com o dia todo.
Os mais interessados nesta.
Sim. É que ela está a selecionar agora para a apresentação. Mas pode usar os beijinho.
Nunca sucedió.
Okay, 37, you can start.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much. Very warm welcome to this first afternoon session, which is a panel. The first question, Alex, Martin, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So it is a panel about connecting ethnomusicology data collections using distributed repositories and linked data technology. The issue of connecting ethnomusicology data collections using distributed repositories and linked data technology is the focus of an ongoing project between several institutions and private collectors in Europe and Southeast Asia. I hope this will work. It doesn't. I don't know. Okay. I want to see the next slide. I don't know. Until now it was working. Okay. If you're staying. Okay. So. I want you to see also the written text because it's better for non-English speakers. For myself also when I follow something. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So the lack of universal systems and standards for organizing, describing, and categorizing fair data makes tools to manage these data over the whole research life cycle more than necessary. The benefits lie in combining technologies from information science music information retrieval, and linked data with the aim of providing incentives for the research community and cultural bearers to actively participate in these developments in the future. Questions to be discussed in this panel include perspectives from both the field of ethnomusicology and that of technology. Among the general questions are the different profiles of the collections and repositories we are working with, and the diversity of the opportunities, resources, and capacity to access and maintain the relevant content. The question of power is seen from the perspective of control and access to the collections in terms of open science and fair data, as well as from that of inclusive and participatory infrastructure, in which the musical practices and cultural contexts meet on an unbiased and equal footing. Questions from the field of technology are connected with data repositories for fair research, data management, aspects of automated segmentation and analysis of ethnomusicology data, INET-md repository for research data files, and DB repository for databases used towards reproducible research based on repository infrastructures using Jupyter notebooks. Now, at the beginning, I will talk about a small collection. I am Ariana Medaya, senior researcher at the Department of Folk Music Research and Ethnomusicology at the University of Music and Performing Arts in Vienna, and as well as a researcher at the Jazz Beatles Latvian Academy of Music in Riga, and Anda Beitane, professor of ethnomusicology at the Latvian Academy of Music in Riga, will outline shortly from ethnomusicological perspectives the contents of the collections and the ways of cooperation with colleagues from technological fields. Afterwards, Alex Hoffman, professor in music acoustics at the University of Music and Performing Arts Vienna, will talk about general perspectives of the project and some of the results we have had so far, while Martin Weise, a project assistant at the Vienna University of Technology, will focus on questions of secure data infrastructures and management of research data in the project. Now I'm beginning with the subject examining possibilities of connected ethnomusicological collections by using distributed repositories and linked data technology. Now I will make some quotations from an article we have published with some of the results of the project up to now. The goal of the project is to design, evaluate, and implement a strategy that allows the storage of data sets in a standardized way that supports an exchange of metadata between partner organizations. So that the idea is not to give the data to someone or an institution, rather than creating the possibility to exchange them between individual and institutional members of the project, a network which is supposed to grow. Another quote, we must respect specific local customs and take cultural constraints and differences into account. For this reason, applying fair principles to such a heterogeneous domain is not a straightforward task. The work on this project has come to a step in which theoretical considerations need to be evaluated and implemented in the practice. For this reason, small collections of different kinds of records are on one of the directions we are working on at the moment. The one featured I am responsible for contains digitized VAT recordings carried out in 1999 as part of the collection Albanian Folk Songs and Byzantine Chant of the archive of the Department of Folk Music Research and Ethnomusicology, University of Music and Performing Arts, Vienna. These audio recordings have been made in 1999 during performances and interviews with musicians of different backgrounds and in different settings, music making in the street, worship services and presentations of several folkloric groups in a local folklore festival. As a part of the department's archive, the dataset is integrated in an elaborated archival system. Following the open access policy at the university are being developed further tools to make available its holdings for a broader interested public. The project intends to create possibilities of exchanging different categories of data from these holdings, which means a closer cooperation between partners and therefore a more intensive cooperation. This approach will also enable adaptations to improve data management, access rights and sharing, and data compatibility and interoperability. Now, of course, there are many questions, and I will mention only 3 of them. Who has access? Music makers, their families, community members, researchers and institutions involved in this pilot project, and later within the ASEA network. ASEA network is this network of the universities in Southeast Asia with whom we are cooperating. So possibilities, resources and capacities to access and maintain the relevant content. The other question is, who will control the access or the infrastructure in the end, even in the realm of open science and fair data? And the third issue or question is the right to be forgotten, which means the complete deletion of the corresponding data within the proposed framework. I'll stop here and we'll continue with Anna Beitane with her project and then our colleagues online.
So, dear colleagues, I'm happy to be here, and I just wanted to say that I'm feeling myself here in this project as a case for the study, because on the one hand, it has been a great opportunity to jump in. At the same time, it has also led me to rethink many things, and actually I hope it helps also in big extent to our archive, which we are trying to build at the Latvian Academy of Music. So the idea to establish an archive arose because of the need for a place to store the ethnomusicological collections compiled by researchers and students of the Academy since the 1990s. A number of other private collections have also been entrusted to us, and we have the right to make accessible online the recordings of some of these collections. At the moment, we need solutions concerning institutional support for the archive, the IT structure of the archive, and the inclusion of the collectors and the involved communities in the taxonomies of the archive, and the kinds of accessibility for the items. And following the questions which Ardian has already underlined it, then I will begin with what has already been done with this collection. So I've chosen one collection from the holdings of this archive to experiment within the ASEA project. It contains a variety of media, professional tape recordings with good sound quality, amateur tape recordings and audio cassettes, videos, photos and manuscripts, including field notes, descriptions and transcriptions. 2 institutions, the Latvian Academy of Music and Latvian Radio, were involved in the creation of this collection, as well as several individuals. For the moment, all of this material is still unknown to the public, although at the same time there is some public who already uses these recordings. The professional tape recordings were digitized within the framework of different projects, but there is still a lack of information concerning the other people involved, as well as the contexts of the recording sessions and recording devices. What do the persons responsible for the collection and the involved community expect from its connection with other collections? Making this collection part of the ASEA project is expected to help the researchers and their communities not only gain access to and again bring to life their forgotten traditions, but also share their traditions and views about them with music makers and researchers from other parts of the world. This process would also help to intensify the collaboration between the Music Academy and the communities in question. We hope that the project will help us to rebuild our archive, which in fact is still in the process of formation. This will also help us to follow the FAIR principles. In the article, Ardian already mentioned, it is also on the screen, so our project partners propose 5 use cases and requirements aligned with FAIR principles, which are very helpful for rethinking and rebuilding our own archive, as well as finding standardized ways to describe ethnomusicological collections in order to connect with other archives. And why I'm using this now, because putting myself, so to say, my experience on the place of the case for the study, it was very interesting to think how it is really working in a very real situation of one higher education institution. So, they are the first, secure storage and easy management of gathered research data. Second, controlled data access and sharing with collaborators and contributors, as well as clarity on their data rights for sharing and reuse. 3, importing of existing collections. 4, description of data using a standardized vocabulary to search across distributed data collections. And 5, automatic data analysis for metadata generation. The authors have defined the action items for each of these in terms of institutions, IT researchers and ethnomusicologists, and this can also serve as a working program for us. I will briefly mention some of the items addressed to institutions which show how important the institutional aspect is. So, for secure storage and easy management of gathered research data, institutions should, it is a quote, provide data repositories that ensure data is properly backed up and managed, including the repository operator, whose role is to ensure that the data is properly backed up and preserved, as well as secured against unauthorized access. Managing the repository system should be the responsibility of qualified IT personnel. For controlled data access and sharing with collaborators and contributors, institutions, among others, should develop research data management and digital rights management policies to clarify responsibilities and require IT researchers to create data management plans and data security plans for each project. For importing existing collections, institutions should provide technical support and funds to enable populating data repositories with existing data. The question is, how many of these action items one archive can have? To a large extent, because of this project, I'm trying now to manage at least some of the above-mentioned actions at our academy in order to reach resources and capacity to maintain our collections and to be able to communicate with our partners, but it is still a work in progress. To calculate the estimated costs of the resources needed, it is very important to clarify how many people should be involved, what kind of specialists are needed, and what kind of basic equipment is necessary. Then, who would be able to access the relevant content? In our case, we still have to solve the problem concerning authorized access. Then there are questions regarding copyrights and ethical issues. I think this could be also some kind of prerogative of the researcher who has worked with the people in the field to decide about the accessibility of the collection, including in this decision all of the people involved. In reality, this means a lot of work before submitting a collection to the archive. Then who will control access to the collection? In addition to the academy, which is the responsible institution for the archive, Cooperation with ethnomusicologists and IT specialists is necessary. The same can be said with regard to the community members who will have access to the collections and will be involved in making decisions, or should be involved in making decisions about accessibility and control. So I'm stopping here. Thank you.
Now, Alex, it's your turn.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see it.
So, can you see my screen as well?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Perfect. So, yeah, thanks a lot for inviting us to the third conference of the Portuguese ICTM National Committee. We're really happy to be here. I think I do not need to introduce everyone who's involved in the project, but maybe also I'd like to mention that Andreas Auber and Peter Knees from the Technical University of Vienna have been heavily involved in the research here, and we're happy about the development of the project that we started already in 2017-18. We received some, I see people running back and forth. Is the sound okay? No? Okay, good. Yeah, we received funding from ASEA Uninet, which helped us a lot actually to also visit our partners in Southeast Asia. I will go a bit more into the details about. Thank you, Anda, for already discussing a lot of the challenges that basically are coming with the methodology we were proposing when you want to put it into reality, kind of all the questions about costs and personnel exactly, which are coming up in the kind of practical phase that we're kind of now reaching. So, and I give you a little bit of a background of how we came up with the whole methodology, how we came up with the project, how everything evolved over time. So it actually started because you might wonder why I, as a researcher in music acoustics, might be interested in research data management and in and then also in the longer run in ethnomusicology data. And it came from a very personal problem that I had, because we had all our data stored on the servers at our university. So you see here, there's a couple of folders with my name in front, Hofmann, where I have like my research data, and I wanted to publish in a journal called PLOS ONE, and they require data availability, right? And that posed the question, okay, how can I share the data that is my publication based on, right? And I started talking to our IT department at MDW, and I asked them, okay, is there any solution? Can we do anything to share research data? And they had, of course, an idea, and they set up a very rudimental repository system at that point. That was 2013 and 14, and they also talked to me saying like, okay, you're not the only one in MDW who has that problem. Also at the Department of Folk Music Research and Ethnomusicology, where Ardian is from, they're having similar problems. So they want to publish their data and not only their research publications, and they're asking for technical solutions. So we already were a small network within MDW. And luckily, we came into contact with the colleagues from TU Wien, and we found out that there are specialists, Martin is here today, from that group in information science, who can actually really support us, help us, give us an insight in how to design such data infrastructures that might be applicable to all different types of data, because they're not only working with music data or something like that, they're working with, I think, Martin might talk about that, huge amounts of research data from all different branches of research. For us, particularly through ASEA Uninet, we started to also reach out to our partners in Southeast Asia, where we knew that at the Maidon University at that time, around 2019-20, they were building a museum of Asian music, and that comes along with a new archive that is developed there, and that they at this time were actually in the making of designing the whole infrastructure for that archive of the museum. So we went there and we had a small symposium together there with colleagues from different fields, also from the Center of Ethnomusicology from the University of the Philippines, then with colleagues from the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris from Malaysia, and also from the University Malaya. And the aim of this meeting was that we, on one hand, talk about the FAIR, that means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable research data idea in ethnomusicology, but also at the other hand to also learn about the data holdings and the research procedures in the field. And we started with discussing use cases, right? Because that was the main point for us. We were interested in how do people aim to interact with research data in the field of ethnomusicology. So we gathered a lot of information about the data holdings and about all the practices in the field. I do not need to tell you, because you are the experts in ethnomusicology, I do not need to tell you how you do your work. But for us, it was a lot of interesting and new knowledge, and we found out like what the different types of media are that we're working with, and so on and so forth. And from these use cases, we derived a couple of steps, and we called them action items, to basically achieve fairness for the research data. And we also thought a little bit further and were thinking about the multilingual problem of metadata, because we found out that, of course, in the Austrian archives, a lot of data is either described in German language or in English, but then when we look in the archives in Bangkok, we have Thai language, or in Manila, we have Tagalog or other languages that are spoken on the Philippines. So there's also the language problem, and we also thought about a way to maybe create interoperability of the data between that is cross-language possible. And yeah, the publication has already been mentioned by Anda, and I will go a little bit into the key facts of that publication, about the key findings that we had, and that might also work a bit as a foundation for our discussion later. So one of the use cases we found is that we need systems for secure storage and easy management of research data. That means going away from local storages, from hard drives or USB sticks or whatever, going towards secure data storage systems that need to be set up. Then, of course, controlled data access is a key element here, because we do not want to publish all the research data immediately to the public. No, we want, of course, only specific access for certain people, collaborators, or maybe also the data creators themselves, or something like that. So that means, this is something I want to say, that fair data does not necessarily mean open data for everything. And because I heard a bit of the roundtable discussion earlier, and I noticed that there is a lot of pressure to publish data, and we can also think about other ways of publishing metadata, but not, of course, the original data, because when it's about music, we often have a lot of copyright considerations to take into account. The other point was importing existing collections. That is a very technical task, and I will go later into details how this could be approached. Yeah. Then the search about a cross-distributed data collection was one of the key points that the researchers were bringing up, also where they see an advantage of using such systems, so that you basically go to the archive in Vienna and find out, okay, the research data that I need might be in Manila. And then the last point, and this is something where Martin will go more into detail, is also the automatic data analysis for metadata generation. So, I mean, nowadays it's a lot in the media, all these machine learning based tools that we have at our hands these days, starting from transcription of speech and going to translation tools and so on and so forth. So, and I think we also have ways that, of course, in the beginning, we might need to create metadata ourselves, but at some point we might be able to use machine learning to then support the researchers, right? That you only upload your data and then a algorithm might already help you by detecting instruments or detecting speech and so on, making transcriptions. Yeah, so the strategy of how to achieve these things, of course, involves a couple of steps that need to be done, and we here propose to not only say like, okay, this is a list of things that needs to be done. We also look at the entities who might be responsible for certain things, and that is, of course, on one hand the researchers themselves, but it's also the institutions that we work at. And here one point is, for example, that it is the responsibility of the institutions to provide the data repository systems that ensure that the data is properly stored and also backed and managed and so on. So this cannot be the responsibility of the researchers themselves. On the other hand, of course, then the researchers, once such a system is maintained, are responsible to use it, right? To not store their research data on their hard disk anymore only, so also to kind of upload it into the repository system. Coming to the point of controlled data access, you see it's getting more and more detailed and also, of course, a little bit more complicated. It involves, on one hand, to have different modes of data access in your repository system, that is clear, but also to have research data management systems and also digital rights management. So that means that we can give certain rights to certain entities to access certain amounts of data. And it requires the researchers to write data management plans. I think here, at least in Austria, already it is a requirement if you get national funding for research that you have to support, that you have to provide a data management plan right in the beginning of your project. That might also be in other countries. Here we need support from the institutions. The researchers, of course, have to work together with the institutions in these things, especially when it's about the data management plans, because it is also required to know the resources, something that Anda also explained in the beginning, because yeah, of course it makes a huge difference if somebody stores terabytes of video recordings, or is it just a couple of text files or scans or something like that? And then also important is to know how long is data to be maintained, and if all data needs to be maintained for a certain time, and so on and so forth. And then we're also at the point of the whole community, and I think this is what this meeting and roundtable discussion is also for. It is to kind of look at existing licenses that can be applied to the types of data that we are currently collecting. I do not necessarily want to talk about the collections that exist, because I think that is much more difficult, because there might certain rights not be possible to be cleared out. But now, I mean, everyone is still doing research. We are collecting new data sets. Maybe here we can try out existing license models, or even develop new applicable models within the community itself, and then also collect and share these best practice licensing examples. To import existing collections, that falls a lot into the research domain of preservation plans. So here it is a research field on its own, basically, to think about the preservation of collections, and that needs to be developed by the researchers themselves and also in collaboration with the institutions. And for the search across distributed data collections, we were discussing that on one hand, of course, it is required that the researchers, once they collect their data and put it into the repository, that in best case they used a standardized schema for the metadata fields. And that was quite a long discussion that we had within our group, because it was hard to decide what is important and what is not, and everything is very specific on certain projects. I will later show a slide that we have a very basic solution with a few extensions, and we can still think of yeah, extending this or changing that over time. The other idea was to experiment with Wikidata URIs. These are basically unique identifiers that help to describe certain entities without using any language. It's basically a code for each object. And the idea to use these Wikidata URIs was that because Wikidata and Wikimedia can be enhanced and edited by everyone, so that would be in a way just to kind of start developing such a vocabulary, and then maybe at a later point, you see it here for the ethnomusicology community to then derive field-specific vocabularies. And yeah, here for the institutions, I already put it that one way to start with such a standardized metadata field would be to just say, okay, for the search across distributed collections, we look at the very simple Dublin core schema. So then it would also, of course, need every repository that is compatible for the search engine to provide such a template and yeah, to support domains and to support some of the domain-specific extensions that I show 2 slides later. And then for the automatic data analysis, we started experimenting a bit with a few algorithms that were already there. There's one from Marold where they are segmenting longer field recordings between speech and music. So that is one algorithm which exists, so that can be applied. So if you upload a long recording, it can already automatically cut it for you. And there is so much happening these days. I think there is a lot of potential to use all this to make the automatic metadata generation easier. And then for the things which are not possible at the moment, of course, the more data we put in there and the more we annotate the recordings that we have or the videos that we have, the more ground truth data we are creating at that time. And these data sets might or will be helpful for the music information retrieval community to kind of develop new machine learning based tools that might in the future just help us to have more supportive tools. I think this is something that Martin will go into detail. So yeah, then we looked at the definition of what makes data fair, so findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And we kind of checked that the requirements that we were proposing in that data, then they would fulfill this, these requirements. And here, to sum it up, that is basically the a proposal for a metadata scheme that could be used in the beginning to explore the creation of cross-search. So by having in blue, you see here, this is the metadata scheme of Dublin core. These are 15 very standardized metadata fields that are used in a large variety of metadata sets. And then we decided for 11 network-wide specific extensions, such as the musical instruments that are in the recording or the area of the music origin and so on and so forth, and to just see if these work, and also to use these Wikidata URIs instead of the English or the Thai or the German word for these information. And yeah, what are our next steps? So basically, yeah, we have the theoretical idea of where this could go. Now, of course, we're in the phase of thinking about software implementations of such a system and to design such compatible systems from the beginning. And then hopefully, maybe, yeah, in autumn this year or over the next year, we're able to really cross-test and also validate if these things are possible. And then I hope to discuss our results and our findings from that again within the community. Thank you very much. I think now we can switch to Martin's presentation.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Hope it works fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex, for the handover. And yeah, want to introduce myself. I'm Martin Weiss from the Technical University of Vienna. And I want to thank my colleagues, Peter and Andreas from my university, as well as Alex and Adrian from the University of Music and Performing Arts in Vienna. Also Professor Anda Baitani, I hope I spelled it correctly. And yeah, today I'm cannot be in presence in the conference, the ICTM National Committee for Portugal, but I hope I can give an interesting talk virtually. And the topic is well known. It has been presented by the last three presenters, so I will skip the title and will go directly to the overview of the current challenges and that we experience as researchers in general for research data management, and propose also a solution to that can be given to researchers as well as data stewards and IT professionals to kind of give them tools for dealing with those problems. Currently, data management may look like this. I even need to look at myself. I also have data either in Overleaf or in the public cloud repositories or public cloud services, or the magic inbox repository that is called email. Yeah. And the situation is kind of that we have some recordings of musical practices stored somewhere, but we cannot really access it. They're kept in some private institutions, they're kept in private archives, and this data is not really fair. I mean, it's technically not really fair, it is just not fair. For this, yes, there's some, okay. I will continue. I think there's questions at the end. So for this, we have developed a research data policy already in 2018. But I think, as we all know, that these policies are kind of nice to have, but they only work when researchers gain something from it. So when researchers are benefiting themselves from less work in maintaining this data, or they are getting better quality of the metadata that they need to fill out now. No, it's more work. And maybe also to benefit from prevention of data loss. So we need to give them something that they can say, okay, this is really worth the effort. And for this, we proposed a solution that is basically just a combination of three existing solutions. That is linked data, which can provide vocabularies, can provide structure, provide inferences, music information retrieval, who can provide access to music data, to a corpus of music data, and the information science, who can provide infrastructure and availability to those both. And for our solution, we need to combine those three sub-solutions, I would say, to get maximum potential out of it. And the methodology that we follow is basically introduced already. I will quickly go over it. There's secure storage, controlled data access, importing existing collections, description of data with standard vocabulary, automatic data analysis, and so on. It's based on the work by Alex and the colleagues. So I will just go on to the next slide. And I want to give an overview what we are already, let's say, operating. So there are core services already present at TU Wien and also developing. So there are new services that we want to deploy within the next year or the year after that. And the current infrastructure looks like this. We have mainly, it's a bit hard to distinguish, but I distinguished it as a hot data and cold data. So we have repositories or services who are targeted to hot data, which is data that is continuously in movement, continuously evolves, changes continuously, and cold data who maybe gets an update here and there, but is not really all the time evolving. And for this, we developed or not developed, we kind of implemented the TU Wien research data repository, which is in the bottom right. It's based on Invenio RDM. Everybody who knows Zenodo knows how to use it. It's the same system, just looks different. We also have the Repository to kind of give an overview. We'll talk about this in detail later. The Repository is based on DSpace. It's a publication repository, which technically can do the same, but we have a policy who says don't. We just use it for publications. The TU GitLab is hot data. So if there are programmers among the audience, they know that every day the code changes. So these repositories are more targeted with continuously changing code or algorithms, Jupyter notebooks for Python code, for example. And right now in development, that's why it's in green, is the DB repo, which is a special repository for databases. So we have our TU Wien research data repository, which is really a good software, but it cannot really handle dynamically data. It cannot really handle data that is stored in databases, and the nature of databases are that they're continuously changing. So it's not really fitted for this kind of data. So we developed it from scratch on our own. We'll also talk about it in detail. And OSDIP, which is the open source secure data infrastructure and processes. It's a long name for a very simple concept. It's basically closed data or data that should not reach the public eye, but you can give access to it to researchers. So you can, let's say, have some music collection. We want to provide somebody the capabilities to analyze this collection, but you don't want anybody else to read it or even see that it's there. They can know about the existence, but they cannot know what is actually there, what the music corpus consists of. And to kind of highlight the utility of those two, especially DB repo and OSDIP, is we provide an analysis environment with a Jupyter Hub notebook. So there are Python codes, there are algorithms to analyze data, and provide an API to that, and as well as Grafana, with basically monitoring software. We use it for live data display. So for example, we have a use case where we ingest sensor data measurements, and we want to just make it visible that this data continuously changes. And also on the top right, you can see Binder, which is an extension of the Jupyter Hub notebook. So it's for reproducibility, and we will also talk about that later. The overall strategy is to have a repository for all, or at least for one use case. So we usually use this repository, our publication repository, for periodic publications, like reports or some journal. And we usually do this during the project periodically, not really continuously. But for GitLab, we kind of use it continuously to develop source code, to develop some documentation. There's some wiki documentation possibility for it. But at the end of the project, it's mainly done. This doesn't really hold for Invenio. For Invenio, we can, even after project ends, still update the data set, or we can still maybe correct some measurements that are wrong. But we use it mainly for file-based data. So we use it for snapshots of databases or for some CSV uploads, or also for music files. It's perfectly fine for non-structured data like music. That's how we use it, and that's how our policy envisions it. And since we already heard that this doesn't really work well for databases, we developed the DB repo, which we don't want to use at the dissemination phase of a project, and we even don't want to use it at the end of a project, which is currently, unfortunately, the case. But we want to give researchers a centrally managed database, which is available to them by a simple request, where they can put their research data from the beginning of a project. And also moving data like live data from data streams or IoT and so on. Now to the repositories in detail. The repository is as I said, a document-based research output repository, and mainly used for preservation. So mainly when we have some journal article that we want to make available in our intellectual property report, we upload it there. for the university ranking or some performance agreements, so the university knows what we did. And our paper in return is findable and reusable, so people can actually see what we did. But it's also used for presentations, posters, and by default, master theses are also published there. They also get a DOI, so they're findable. This is mine. This is my record. I didn't actively request it. It was uploaded on my behalf. So that's the standard here. And you can see there's a title of a publication. I unfortunately didn't change the label. It's the title of a publication, of course. There's a citation recommendation, how to cite this record. It gets a DOI automatically, which is kind of a fancy URL with some metadata attached to it. So it's more than a Google URL shortener link. It actually contains data. And there's a download button, so you can download this publication. You can also see how many people downloaded it, and it has an integration to external systems. So we can view this record, for example, on Google Scholar. For the TÜV research data repository, we have this file-based approach. We use mainly unstructured data. There can be individual records, there can be collections of records. And this contain very extensive metadata as well as some description how to reproduce this data or how to use this data. That's what we're really enforcing, even if some people don't like it, but it greatly enhances the quality of the deposits. It's not a dump, it's not an archive, it's supposed to be a repository where people actually gain value from viewing these records. It's operational since 2022, officially, and to the public meaning the researchers of TÜV, it's available from this year, where they can actively deposit it. And as you can see, it's already 66 data sets are already deposited, and around 9 TB bytes are already stored on it. The records here look like this. This data set actually comes from a time where it was not public. It was kind of a proof of concept. It's a Sentinel-1 global backscatter model. It's from a microwave surface mapping of the Earth. It's really large. It has 3 terabytes of size. And it's a very prestigious data set because the journal article that uses this is published in Nature. So we are really proud that we can host this. And it kind of gives confidence to the researchers that we are able to host this very important data. The most important part actually here is the files for download. So people can actually, without needing to log in, without needing to have an account, download this data. It's completely open. And it has a license attached to it. So people can actually, they know how to reuse it and what is allowed with this data to be used. And of course, it contains a DOI because it's needed for citation in the Nature journal. In the DB repo, we use a different approach. We use databases for storage. We use structured data, mainly relational data, that is available in a in a private cloud setting. We have it here deployed on our TU, on our university, and we enhanced it with live data possibilities. So we, for example, collect sensor measurements from our neighbor, the pilot factory, who has some sensors in machines, and they live feed it to us, and we basically collect it for them to demonstrate that we are not a file dump. We are actually a working environment, a kind of a virtual research environment. So we actually can collect live data and make it available instantly. But you also can use it for snapshots, like importing CSV files, as I show later. Yeah, and we have some really easy access to this kind of complex systems with a web interface, and also APIs for developers, but also for machine access. And the main principle for doing this are, of course, the FAIR principles, and also the Research Data Alliance working group on data citation principles on data citation, which allows us to basically make a snapshot, like a time, like a click with a camera, and to cite any data that right now is in the database. Even if it changes, it's already kind of frozen in time, and we can always reproduce this one data set at a later point. To get to the more linked part of this presentation, we attach linked concepts to this. We attached controlled vocabulary to the schema of a database. For example, this is a table that classifies genres of a music file with a start time, with a stop time, and gives an accuracy measurement. And for us, it's easy. We know what start and stop means. We know what the concept of time means. We also know what accuracy means. We know that the unit of measurement of accuracy usually is in percentage, but machines don't know that. And as Alex said, in different languages, these concepts are called completely different. So we need to kind of give a common denominator what we are talking about. And this is usually done in controlled vocabularies and ontologies. So we provide a link to this concept. I selected here 3 different ontologies. One is the ontology of units of measure, which contains also concepts of time. The Wikidata ontology contains the concept of accuracy, which is a definition of the obtained value in relation to the true value. I looked it up earlier. It's a really interesting definition. And also the music ontology that defines what a genre is. And we allow this right now to be collected in a free form. We just give recommendations on the ontologies to get also an idea which ontologies researchers use. But in later stages, this data will of course be collected by data stewards, not by the researchers themselves, but they can give a kind of a hint what they're wanting to annotate, and in conjunction with data stewards, they will enhance the data set with metadata. Then we come to a different project. It's a OSTIP. It's a secure data environment for data that should not be public, like some medical data or some music recordings for sure. I already said there's some licensing, ongoing issues with licensing and not releasing music. And it's composed of best and open source software. So we are only using what is already out there, what is proved or proven to be secure. And we provide an environment where you can access this data for analysis while ensuring that this data is not leaked or misused. The whole concept is around the air gap data node. We call it data node because it contains the sensitive data. And as you can see, it's on the right-hand side. There's a long way to get there. And usually this way to getting there is, when first of all, there are defined processes to it. So it's not, okay, let's see how far we can get. And you can kind of find out how to get there on your own. No, there's some controlled processes, but I don't want to overwhelm at this very short presentation. The main way to get there is basically you get a very temporary machine. It's called an analyst VM. It's a virtual machine. And a virtual desktop environment, which is the remote desktop VM around in the middle, on the top of the picture. And you can work with it as you would work on your personal laptop. You get a full desktop environment. You have the tools that you need, they are installed, and you can analyze this closed data as you would do it on your laptop. Only you do it virtually and you do it remotely from home or work. And we call this data visiting. So this is our approach to visit sensitive data. It was born out of the COVID time where you could not physically meet. We could not physically go to some data center and work on their secured laptop. And it's working really well. So as a kind of a work summary, what we did since 2019, we started 3 repositories at TU for datasets, for publications, for code. We developed a new repository, the DB repo, and we started developing actually on a OSTIP. It's a blueprint and a technical reference implementation. So we have a theoretical concept built around it, which are being used by lots of big trusted research environments, but nobody really has published these concepts. and a technical reference implementation thereof to kind of get the initial start going. I also gave a musicology use case. So we have a student who, for his bachelor thesis, wrote an analysis of music, and to fit this conference, I present his work. He got a music dataset from the Izmir conference dataset website. It's called Emotify. So there are 400 song excerpts, which are 60 seconds long each. And they are classified in 4 genres, rock, classical, pop, and electronic music. And these are annotated by volunteers who annotated them with this Geneva emotional music scale. And his task was to train a machine learning model who can classify this music automatically. So who can classify it into these 4 genres with a Jupyter notebook, with a Python script. The task was completely, this was the task description. He generated 40 MEL frequency capture coefficients per song, and reduced these frequencies with dimensions with the PCA, fitted a support vector machine with this, and ultimately was able to predict the genre from these MFCCs, which looks like this. He used our environment actually for his work, so it's a good use case. The main part is basically creation of the MFCC features and the fitting of the support vector machine. And I think for the most interesting part is always the result. How accurate is this approach? He was able to predict the exact genre. So there was a ground truth already provided by the Izmir conference. And he was with 84% accurate with his training of the model, which is, I think, for an initial bachelor thesis, already impressive. His code is available in our repository, in our code repository, which looks like this. It's also a project name. There are some minor project statistics on how active this project is, for example, how big the storage is needed for this project. And as I want to highlight here, there is a button. It's called Launch Binder, where you can actually reproduce this environment. So the picture you saw before, you can reproduce with the click of a button, and it looks like this. When you click the button, you come here. Usually the topmost fields are already pre-filled from the link that you clicked. And normally you only have to click this big orange button which says launch, and then the action log opens. And then you can actually reproduce this Python environment, and you can extend the code. You can run your own analysis on it. So it's really easy to reproduce these Python notebooks. Then he deposited his structured data. I mean, here it's not, it's an exemplary screenshot. I actually wanted to deposit the MFCCs, but they're not really saying anything. So deposited a different data set. It looks like this. This is our DB repo. So we use it for structured data. You get a persistent identifier, in this case a DUI, a title, a description. You can deposit related identifiers, for example, the original data set and the code repository. These are these 2 links of related identifiers. You can give a citation recommendation. And I think what kind of fits to this conference as well is our OAI PMH endpoint, which is a standardized protocol for retrieval of metadata from repositories. And I think this is all about, it's about interlinking, it's about connecting to other repositories. So anybody who wants to know what in our repository is can connect to this very standardized endpoint and can already see what we are storing in our repository. So as a conclusion, I proposed already operational repositories that we have, and who are core services at our university. 2 repositories that we develop right now. I showed how the musicology data can be linked with PIDs, and how to reproduce research results who are in one of those repositories, or even in this case in all of them, and they can be linked to each other. They're interlinked between. And there's a future work, which is already kind of begun, but we are still refining it to suggest semantic concepts based on the table schema. So based on the column name, for example, we can already suggest some concepts that are behind it. And also the concepts based on the table contents, but that's a more advanced approach. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you.
Just a minute. I hope.
Yes, no, that's correct.
Is it?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Alex. Now the floor is open for questions, discussions. So we thought at the beginning to let more place for our technical colleagues, so to say, because it is not about only about technology, but it is what they tell us, and we ask them afterwards. For example, what we heard in the last example, rock music, classical music, and so on, or song. So the first questions from us is who decides what is rock music and how, and so on and so forth. But anyway, so we have time for discussions and for questions, please. Yes.
Maybe I can say something right now. I mean, this comes from just being an example of what is possible. I mean, of course, because these data sets exist, right? Because it's easy to go on Spotify and download 200 songs that are labeled as rock music or that are labeled as house music or something. So that is why we can use this easily to train the networks. But then I think the knowledge that your community has about instruments which are not in popular music and about descriptions of music that is not in Spotify, I think this is the information that you need basically to provide, and then we can use the same technology to train new networks that have much more knowledge about music than the current networks have.
Yes.
This was absolutely fascinating, and I enjoyed all of this. I have to admit that my attention really perked up, Martin, during your presentation about the I think it's called OSS DIP, the tool for presenting essentially rights restricted data. I mean, you're using it in a very specific context, but one of the things that we are struggling with at a big institution that has a huge collection of music and other content that's rights restricted, the only way we can provide access to that is on site. Somebody comes on site, we drop the needle on a record, and they listen to it on headphones, and then they go home. And we've struggled for years to think about a way to provide remote access to rights restricted content. How do we let people hear things that we have to be able to assure rights holders that they will not have any, that they won't be able to copy. And this idea of kind of providing it through a virtual machine is a really interesting approach. And you've just given me so much food for thought. Thank you. All of this work is fascinating. And then you kind of hit me with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is absolutely fantastic project, so sophisticated. I must confess that I didn't understand everything, but I ask you how to solve the language problem among the different countries.
Yes, please. Alex, would you like to answer to this? It's about languages, different languages. Yeah.
Well, the idea is to use URIs instead of the word itself, and so if I think Martin, you had this. No, I also had it in my slides actually. If we use one of these URIs to describe a certain entity, then there are in the backlog, there are descriptions of what this entity is called in all the different languages. For example, the city Vienna we call it Wien, and then in English you might call it Vienna, and so on, but it still has one URI, let's say in Wikidata, and there's probably other ontologies where Vienna is also described, but with a different URI, but these are all interlinked, and then in that way you just talk the numbers and you do not basically have to use the language. Did I describe it in a good way, Martin? What would you say?
Yes, I just want to show it because while you were talking, I researched a short example. I hope you can see it.
Perfect.
It's a Wikidata entry about music genre, and I hope I can get this bigger. No, I cannot. But I hope you can still see it. And there are different labels for it. So, for example, in Chinese, there are labels for it. There's labels for German somewhere, but you kind of get the idea. There's different description for the same concept in different languages, and as you can see, there's a lot of data actually stored with a simple link. There's more in the database than just a web page. Here is actually some JSON representation. You can also use semantic web technology for this. This is just one way of representing this information. And it's linked with different, with a relationship in this case. A relationship was called music composition type by genre with different concepts. You can actually visit these other concepts who are linked with this one.
Yeah, maybe Martin, at that point, because I see you have Wikidata open there, I remember you have been to the very first of our meetings, and genre is a very difficult term to use, so I know that this is not the best, but let's maybe talk about musical instrument, yeah, which is I think more accepted, I see everyone laughing over there. Because, yeah, then, yeah, that is very difficult, because Adrian said who defines what is which genre and so on, but if we look at musical instrument, you have the same here. So if you look it up, you say there's a definition, and then we have, for example, here it's given in only 4 languages. Oh no, you click on all, enter there, and you see probably in 130 languages. Exactly. And once you have in your database, you use just the Q34379, which is the URI in Wikidata. You can then look up in the Wikidata database that you have it in your Swedish website in Swedish or on your Thai website in Thai, and people do not ever need to know that you're working with the numbers, but you all talk about the same object. That is the idea.
Yeah, and there's some relationships stored behind it, but as I see this is controversial, I will not.
Yeah. The idea to propose Wikidata was also, on one hand, because we can edit it ourselves, so we do not have to use an ontology which is out there and to discuss whether it is fitting or not. And once we start using ontologies and we have a collection of things that occur in every data set and again, then we might, after maybe 2 or 3 years or 5 years, as a community, we might be able to then look at which are the objects that we use, and we may even be able to define our own ontology for ethnomusicology data.
Can I just ask, who is checking the accuracy of these entries on this page, for example? So how's it managed?
Well, in this case, it's the same as in Wikipedia in a way. So it works democratically, so everyone can have an account and people discuss what is in there or not. But the idea was, because when we were sitting together, we were like from 5 different institutions in the beginning. Like, yeah, who are we to decide these are the terms that needs to be used, right? And then you end up in an endless discussion. So we thought, okay, let's see what people use. And then later, after a couple of years, we can see, okay, these seem to be the relevant terms.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The part of the semantics is very interesting for us because we are also starting to work on it. In fact, tomorrow we'll be presenting our primary assessment of what could be our own tool here because, well, we have around 265 million Portuguese speakers in the world, And the Portuguese language is not the same everywhere in the sense that our words can be polysemic. And the word for me in Portugal could mean a different thing in Brazil. And we can see that across instruments, for instance, musical genres, or situations in which a term is used in, I don't know, maybe like Mozambique, for instance, but it doesn't mean anything immediately for someone in Brazil, or someone in Portugal, someone in Angola. So we are trying to find a way to combine all those options, all those versions of words, in the way that we could see their interchangeability and build a tool that could be used all across the Lusophone countries. Because we in fact don't have any sort of developed classification system aside from the UPC, for instance, a translation that is very old in our case. And there's also just a Brazilian version as well that has inputs on it from Brazilian researchers and Brazilian archivists, but well, it doesn't cover all of our musical manifestations and all of the objects that we would like to archive or to have in museums and input on information systems. So it's very interesting for us to understand how you're working with this. We have also been analyzing some of the practices that exist in other countries, you know, and like in terms of like musical instruments and the Lusophone expressions that are used. I think that this is a little bit of our fault, but we are very absent in terms of terminology that would apply to our traditional musical genres and to our instruments, you know, all across the Lusophone countries. So it's very interesting to see this, and well, thank you so much. I would just like to congratulate you and to share this with you.
Okay. You want to say something, Alex, Martin?
Yeah, well, thanks for that comment. It's super interesting. I mean, I was wondering, of course, you don't want to give away all the secrets from your talk tomorrow. I would be curious what your approach is or was on dealing with that problem.
Okay.
Does it go in a similar direction what we did, or is it entirely different? Okay, the microphone already walking. Okay.
So we are thinking about using Protégé. It's an open source software to well, use it as a basis to be able to input vocabularies, okay, and to create our own thesaurus. Well, this will have to be a gradual effort, of course, because there is too much terminology and there is idiomatic terminology that does not make any sense to translate. And as an example, direct one, like the academic art music ones, you know, you have them like allegro and I don't know, all those terms do not make any sense to translate into Portuguese. So we would use Protégé to import ontologies that could matter to us and work them on the thesaurus, right? And try to use the linked data and the linked open vocabularies dynamic here to basically make a tool that would be a web semantic tool that could enhance the interoperability in between the systems, so we could use it in the format that we would need in any sort of platform, well, at least with the models, the concept schemes that are most used widely, and Protégé does support that and allows the conversion to those models. And I guess that would facilitate, you know, the usage of such a tool. We could, of course, enhance it with AI, but we would have to need curatorship in that case, because, well, the terminology for music, you know, everything that is on the internet, there's all sorts of things nowadays, even classifications that don't reflect any sort of musical characteristic or context or anything, like the ones in Spotify, where you have like music for a gym or things like those. So yeah, we would like to start little by little. Okay, we have a collection here that we can use for that because it's an immediate need. And yeah, well, use it to work music and sound vocabularies in that way, okay?
Susanna.
Yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, that's interesting. So you basically really got the hard root of kind of starting with your own ontology right from the start, and you probably have to go through different versions of it, right? Because it will grow over time. The more data you have.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, there are some good examples, by the way. We've discovered that there is a tool that is somewhat similar to what we want to do, but different at the same time. It's Finto, I believe. It's the Finnish music ontology, Finnish and Swedish. It's both. It started as a small project in the Finnish National Library, if I'm not mistaken, and they managed to make it grow and then put it as a general tool to be used in a much larger scale in the Swedish and the Finnish National Library. So we would like to do something like that, along those lines, and combine the knowledge that we have within here and the knowledge that we have from epistemic communities, be them, academic, because there is academic music and not, right? And the individual knowledge that, we would have. But it's tough because we will have to have curation and validation, and this is a whole thing to sort out by itself.
Okay, thank you. So, Susanna?
Thank you so much for sharing with us all your work. I saw a lot of images and schemes that are quite familiar to me, but I don't understand them. They are familiar because I usually saw them in the screen projected by my colleagues from the technical departments of our university. So, but I'm an ethnomusicologist, as my colleague Rosario, who spoke with you before, and I wonder to know who fulfilled this data set. Are the ethnomusicologists or are you? Because we need so much expertise to know, to manage all these small boxes. I saw that you have 66 data sets already fulfilled, isn't it?
Yes,
so,
yes.
Who fulfilled it and how? How do you achieve a coherent dialogue between the ethnomusicologists and the people from the technical side? Thank you.
That's an interesting question. We get this continuously, and we have an approach of our repositories in principle open, but you need to send a request for publishing for the first record. So you pre-fill your first record, you upload your files, you upload the metadata, fill everything out, and once everything is filled out, then you send us an email and we approve your record to be published. Because we are a repository that has a DOI, and we are kind of willing to fulfill special things like long-term preservation of this data. It needs to have some certain degree of quality because we want to be a reputable and trustworthy repository. We don't want to be a data dump. So we are usually giving a first round of review on the researcher. Because the standard case, I say until a month ago, was a one-liner, this is the data set, it contains this data, and that's it. So it's really not enough description on anything, not even how this data was obtained, or how to, which grant agreement it was coming from, but there was basically no information about it. And now we have a template for this. It's a really simple template because everybody, especially in research, likes simplicity and effectiveness. So we give them a short paragraph on what they should say about the data set and methodology, description of how they obtained this data. For example, if the musicology would be which equipment they used, which geographically, cultural location they are obtained this equipment, these recordings, and then they can request this and we can say, okay, this is fine, we will publish it for you. This usually is done within a day or two. So we have really active data students and developers who are taking care of that. And from a practical view, we have our email templates where we say, okay, please now deposit your metadata, we will approve it in a business day or so. We are really, I would say, automatizing as much as possible, but we need to have this upper hand and say, okay, you need to give us some metadata and some records before we can approve you, so you are trustworthy to upload in our repository, because we ultimately are responsible for the content which is on our repository.
Thank you, Martin. And I want to add that Martin is working at a technology university in Vienna. So he was talking not about ethnomusicology data, but I think, so as I see also during the work in our project, we should be part of this, so we cannot avoid just to give it to the others, this work, also to make the data set available. So, any other questions, discussions? Otherwise, I thank very much Anda, Alex, and Martin for their talk and for their discussion, and you all for being here and for the discussions. Thank you very much.
Yes, so I mean, people come to our after people love
We have
the mobile phone away and then USB and do it, but otherwise you have remote access.
We
I mean, like the old 17th style, standing in front of the television and what is it?
We have a system that is not connected outside of the library. And all of the machines and all the USB ports have been disabled. And right now, the only thing we just put our first test audio in, until now it's only been textual documents. And like you say, there's nothing stopping somebody from taking a picture of the screen. Wait,
And yes, you say, okay, you go there, you know, but if people really want to do it, they will always find things.
And there's a point at which I just have to believe there's a point at which we've done our due diligence. We've done the best we can do. We've built systems with the intention of protecting rights to restricted content.
Are you watermarking your audio?
We're not, as far as I know, the library is not watermarked.
Yeah, but because that was something, you know, our technicians were suggesting. Okay. Because like another
Just a few words. Okay, now it's copyright. Okay. And after that, after 4, another concept. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed that I don't want to answer. Unfortunately, we are not watermarking audio. Audio engineers are very opposed to the idea of introducing anything into the bitstream that's not
Esta parte
yeah. We have priority. I mean, I'd rather do the other way. Let's clear.
café lá em cima, não é?
You know, if people say, I will and everybody use it, fine. It's not really holding up and otherwise people are having another digital somewhere, you know?
One of the things that I didn't talk about that I think is a crucial component of the kind of relationship is also having an infrastructure for very rapid content takedown. Exactly. And there has to be somebody To me, the technical part of that's very easy. It's the organizational part of it. Somebody has to be paying attention to that inbox all the time. They have to know how to act. They have to have the authority to act on that. That's the part that people have to do.
No, but I mean, when I started working, I realized so we didn't have any money. I mean, I was so sure. I said, "What are we learning about that? We don't." So if this burns out, everything is gone. Okay, and then I realized that in our space, people who got access on site got access to all our servers, all internal.
Oh boy.
And I thought, wow. I mean, they could look up, like data protection, personal data, but also records, so they could look up like illness files,
Personnel records, whatever.
And I said, no. So now it's whoever wants to use something only gets what he or she wants to use onto this one computer for the time this person is there, and someone has to put it there, and then have to because. But when I came over to this, I was so wow, this ground is really wobbly, If
I was going to say that's very unnerving.
Yes, it was immensely. Let's go to the great place for coffee.
Now, yes.
Coffee break is in the same place, okay? With the beautiful view. Okay.
Coffee break is upstairs.
It's upstairs, okay?
Nice and fresh. Steam fresh.
I'm really feeling myself sometimes. The point is when you really want to build something, you need this is why I think it's good to just see it.
Please.
então não esteja a precisar. A gente precisa agora.
A gente, eu sei, eu concordo contigo, né? Pensar que agora assim não vai dar prioridade para a aprovação. Então agora
O quê?
está sempre. Ele conhece gente dos três universidades, né? Depois você falou. Aí a gente. Eu vi que nas três, assim, mais difícil naquela que é rural, que é mais curso voltado para agronomia, veterinária.
Obrigadíssimo, meu amigo. Um abraço.
Ai, ai, ai.
Boa, vai ser um sucesso agora.
Você conosce o sistema?
Oi?
Mas vamos fazer uma coisa muito diferente. Não vamos falar com Bruno.
Ah, vai ser mais humano. Não vai ser tabelas todas.
Mais humano.
Eu já estava aqui deprimido.
Você conosce a Monty Python? Now to something completely different. Now we're talking with the
That's true.
Não sei, vamos ver. Nós sou afro-brasileiro, né?
Pois é.
Eu que venho de Sul-Sudeste. Você conhece a Liber Barros?
Não conheço, por acaso não.
Ela tem o UFPA e ela fez um programa de uma pessoa com esse de encontro de saberes, né?
Ah, que bom, sim.
É Samuel também.
Sim. Não, fundamental. Isso é realmente um programa que é um sucesso no Brasil.
Eu trabalho em pós-doutorado, fui conectado com shows.
O José Eduardo Carvalho. Ah, que fantástico. Eu acho que já tem alguém aqui, se eu não me engano. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo admitir aqui. Juscelia é do grupo?
Ah?
Juscelia Estumano?
Quê?
Tem alguém aqui, Juscelia Estumano?
Sim. Gente, por favor, eu tô... Só você usando essa computadora. Eu tenho uma apresentação.
Eu acho que você pode colocar aqui no pendrive.
No pendrive, né?
Você tem um pendrive?
Tenho.
E aí é só copiar aqui para dentro.
Você vai tocar hoje no restaurante?
Vamos tocar. Acho que vai ser farra.
Imagina.
Só de brincadeira, nada sério. Graças a Deus.
Legal.
Treinar em coisas diferentes.
Ah, boa.
Eu queria fazer ontem até às 2 da manhã. Você organiza isso com
não, mas eu faço isso.
Tem muitas coisas. Tem Aveiro, deixa eu ver.
Deixa eu ver como é que eu tiro isso aqui desse pendrive que está aqui. Tem um lugar aqui onde a gente tira o pendrive. Onde é que tira? Eu uso o Mac, agora já não tem mais.
Vou ficar esperando.
Então vamos ver aqui no review. Eu vou admit all. Admit all.
Assim, mas
não sei tirar aqui o... Fizeste em Windows, em Mac. Não, mas tá, porque na verdade tem que tirar esse pendrive para colocar esse. Ele diz que tem alguma coisa aberta, e acho que é esse também que para tirar, que é o outro do lado. Esse verdinho.
É teu?
Não. Tá, mas eu também para resolver um tempo do projeto que eu consegui. Eu começar a contar com o meu investigador, eu no grupo assim. No meio do congresso, resolvendo uma coisa no forno.
Então, that's okay. Oh, super. nochmal mit der sprechen, aber vielleicht heute Abend da. Wie das Projekt, was du da erzählt hast, letztes Jahr in Lisboa mit dem Recht auf Vergessen, wir haben alles nicht. Das muss sehr beeindruckt.
People and
Eu já coloquei seu pendrive, eu só não sei. Eu só não sei qual é o arquivo que você quer copiar.
O Zoom, né?
Vai botar view e admit all. E aqui estão os seus, eu não sei qual que é.
Cool, yeah.
Thank you, Anna, for the help. It's great. Also,
You're welcome.
Não, tem PDF em português.
Mas acho que é o IP, não sei.
Prepare?
Tenta de novo. Talvez se você copiar para cá. Pode tentar ver de novo, né? Acho que tem que jogar para cá, para algum lugar aqui em cima, porque esse aqui é outro. Vou ver se é. Pronto, é o seu, né?
Sim, você vai fechar.
Eu não sei se ele nos escuta, olha lá.
Oi. Gente, você escuta?
Eu acho que tem que pegar aquele microfone. Tá dando alerta esse microfone.
Clico no play. Valeu.
That's fantastic.
Você quer me falar?
Yeah, it will. I know you have a whole house.
That's. I still can't believe that's real.
Yeah, that's very fantastic. No. Ich brauche ja nicht 6 Stühle.
Eu vou buscar a câmera.
Eu vou falar do estudo.
Tudo bem? Você quer tentar a apresentação? Funciona? Completo?
Sim, vamos fazer um testezinho.
Ana Flávia,
Tive uma tarde inteira a preencher aquilo.
Não pagaste? Já pagaste?
Ainda não.
Mas até pagaste porque ele, como eu, também não.
Mas ele guarda. Ele guarda os dados. A plataforma.
Eu sei, eu enganei. Quer dizer, enganei, pus o visto, é que se parece, em vez de pôr o standard.
Matias está ok, então a gente já está pronto para começar, tá?
Não tem problema.
Mas se você não quiser, pode fazer produção.
Problema. Guarda sim, senhor. Faz o. Mete lá o upload, só que não consegue alterar isso. Está preenchido e está marcado.
Você quer empezar e vou abrir a.
Como é que eu vou alterar isso?
I know it.
Você pode abrir aí eu começo, né? Vou tentar mostrar.
Mandaram o curso para casa.
welcome to our panel about the collection of the Pará Federal University and especially about the Etnolab, which is the Ethnomusicology laboratory. Challenges in inventorying, safeguarding and spreading information. We have a lot of presenters, that's why I will just sit down and listen, that we should all do, and please leave.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Matthias. And we will start. We'll talk about collections of the Pará Federal University Ethnomusicology Laboratory, challenges in inventory, safeguarding, and information. The Pará Federal University Ethnomusicology Laboratory was created in December 2014 and inaugurated on March 6, 2015. It was certified by the boards of the art and music education courses, and at that time we had two research groups in Belém, Music and Identity in the Amazon Research Group, created in 2007, and the Pará Music Studies Research Group, created in 2012. Those two research groups had the idea of the laboratory. The mission of the laboratory includes supporting research in ethnomusicology at the University Music College and the Arts Graduation Program, offering a proper structure to the ethnomusicological research at the Pará Federal University, cataloging, inventorying, and safeguarding the sound and music archives. The goals of LabEtno consists of giving access to the sound and music archives to partner institutions, communities, researchers, students, and the society. Potentializing ethnomusicological research at the Amazon, making collaborative research on the musical diversity of the region, dialoguing with popular, traditional, non-academic, and academic knowledges, offering workshops, seminars, and other events in ethnomusicology. The LabEtno is dedicated to study music in the Amazon. This is what moves us. The question we always keep in mind is, what is the ethnomusicology we are doing? This question gives us directions in understanding the music in Pará state and its relationship with the Amazon culture. However, even though ethnomusicology is part of the university, there is no formal course at the UFPA or in other Amazon region universities. LabEtno structure. Institutional ties. The LabEtno is tied to the Science of Art Institute and to the Music College since 2012. The LabEtno coordinators come from different schools within the university, including the University School of Music, a vocational course, the Music College, the University High School, and the Arts Graduation Program. Each houses the Music and Identity Research Group in the Amazon and the Music Study Groups in Pará. The main goal of these groups is to foster and to produce knowledge on the various musical practices of Amazon. Currently, GPMIE and GEMPA bring together undergraduate and graduate students and teachers, as well as the research in each of the mentioned groups. It highlights the cooperative character of those groups. And we have the research lines are epistemic theories in art, music and society, indigenous music, ethnomusicological studies at Pará, prática musical em Pará, musical practice in Pará, musical knowledge and practices in the Amazon. The research projects. Labetno has two main research projects, music and society in the Pan-Amazon and music practices in Pará. We aim to address some questions. What is the music produced in the Amazon? How is that music? How is the music presented in different contexts within the Amazon? What that music means to the people at the Amazon? What the process applied to creating, learning, and performing music in the Amazon? How are those musical practices valued in the region? We have also research and collaborative projects. It is Art Everywhere project, collaborative themes as social contributors, and Art Everywhere, music and intangible heritage. This project offers collaborative music workshop to communities, as well as develops cooperative actions within these communities based on their demands. It's important to include this social group to the academic discussion. Another collaborative action of the projects is the development of inventories, catalogs, and safeguard process to those communities' music archives, also based on their demands. We have also educational projects. The music college and the art program graduate are linked to the Labetno research projects. Thus, we can have students with scholarship. These are developed in the musical education course. The sociology of music and introduction to ethnomusicology courses are oriented by Labetno ethnomusicologists Lilian Cohen and Sonia Chada. These courses are linked to the research projects developed by laboratory, and its syllabus and curricula reflects the goals of the Labetno. The curricula of the music college courses state their intentions, with is to think music as an artistic manifestation from humans through which they can express themselves, as well as communicate in time and space. The advanced seminar course at art program graduation also includes interdisciplinary subjects. We have research projects developed within the courses. They are musical cartography of Belenense neighborhoods and knowledge exchange or exchange of knowledge. Belém Neighborhoods Musical Cartography is a cartography of musical practice and musical groups of Belém City. And Exchange of Knowledge project is the musical traditional knowledge in an intercultural dialogue. This project is developed in collaboration with the University of Brasília. It intends to ensure the plurality of musical knowledge as well as to offer a perspective in creating new concepts and practices based on different musicalities. Our partners are the Master of Tradition, and they are our partners in the research and events and educational projects. And we have external research from national and international institutions as partners. Financial funds. The Labetno does not have its own budgets, and its maintenance is based on grants and government funding. Consegue ouvir?
Oi.
Saiu? Conseguiu? De Liber, acho que sim. Está na tela certa. Isso.
Tá, agora vai pro... É isso aí. Tá.
These are all the grants, our grants and calls we attended. Now I will start to talk about the archives. We have an institutional project. No, we have an archive institutional project which is generated by all the other projects. And they are the main archives. Digital Library, that is Ethnomusicology and Music in Pará. Meeting of Knowledge in partnership with the University of Brasília and the Master of Pará Traditional Program. Carlos Gomes Institute, it's the memories of this institution. Upper Negro River, in the frontier between Brazil, Venezuela, and Colombia, an archive of indigenous music in Amazon. Pará Musical Practice ensemble and traditional music from Pará. Warao Archive, audio and video archives from the Warao people, a Venezuelan immigrant ethnical group. Pio Lobato Archive, data from composer Pio Lobato creative musical process. Amazon Music Archaeology, audio and video archives, and ceramic pottery, archaeological instrument from their fake pottery, replicas of instruments from 7th century Tapajoan Marajoara societies. Nobre Brother Archives, digital copies from Nobre Brother Score Archive. Luisa Camargo Personal Archives, documents from Luisa Camargo, a pianist and composer. Kuruaya Archive, audio and video archive from Kuruaya ethnical indigenous group that lives at Xingu River region in the Amazon. The archive has been organized by Edilson Kuruaya, an indigenous student from that ethnical group. Mosqueiro Archive, audio and score archives from the Mosqueiro Island composer. The archive has been organized by Angelo, a native from the island. Itacuruçá River Archive, research in progress, developed by the Quilombola student Maria do Carmo, Maciel. And Iva Roth Neves Archive, documental archive donated by the composer Iva Roth Neves. Acho que agora passa. Archives origins. The Labetno archives have their origins in individual researches, community demands, donations, and special research projects. The creation of archives must fulfill some requirements. The archive must be of interest to partner communities or individuals. The Labetno official forms of free consent and information must be completed and submitted to the community and laboratory. about the curatorial process. Upon understanding and adjusting the demands for patrimonial safeguarding plan and filling out the Labetno official forms, the information collecting process can be initiated. First, we start inventorying and cataloging the files upon collaborative dialogues with the partner communities or individuals. It's necessary to have maximum metadata information and the archive restrictions. All data is included in a form created by Professor Fernando Lacerda. We proceed with the ethical protocol application form. In this form, the community or individual partner can detail aspects of the recordings, including its restrictions, the general assessment, and authorization for researchers. The third step is the research and spreading of data. All these moments, all possibilities from spreading data are detailed by the ethical protocol application form. We then offer ebooks, documentaries, and developed collaborative research with the partners. Labetno has some specific requirements to produce this material, which is included in the musical sociology and introduction of ethnomusicology courses, as well as in all the Labetno research projects. At the end of this curatorial process, the final catalog is included in the Labetno website with an open access to the public. Accessing the archives and catalogs is made possible through a form available at the Labetno website. After analyzing the complete form, Labetno make it possible to access the archives. Devolution of archives to the partner communities. After the curatorial process, all researchers contact the archives owners and proceed with the devolution of the organized material. The devolution kit includes a letter of referral, the ethical protocol form, a pen drive containing the archives, and press catalog with the inventory. Obviously, the partners can ask for access to their archives of any time, as well as to remove or revise the archives at Labetno. Archive safeguard. The digital archive are deposited in the Labetno institutional repository, as well as in external hard drives and other devices. We have physical archives too, in CDs, DVDs. Ethical considerations about the Labetno curatorial process. The symbolic implications of the sound recordings, even if they are taken from its original context, must be incorporated to the process of collecting, archiving, and safeguarding archives. The ethical dialogue with the traditional knowledge owners is mandatory. Qualifying the metadata is a crucial factor to the responsible assessment of the archives. Considering the intentionality of the sound, the music, and the subsequent recordings, the assessments must respect the native concepts of music practice with or without association to the sound collections. As important as the archive is the comprehension of the cultural complexity presented by the recordings and its owners, which overlaps different worlds, human and non-human beings. The safeguarding of those archives is based on the ethical agreement between the laboratory and the communities involved. it's necessary to understand the inseparability of the material and immaterial aspects of all collections, instruments, pottery, press documents. Liber is working to apply ethical regulatory norms to research as well as to spreading of its results. It's important to promote ethical transparency and social responsibility in the Amazon researchers. The Liber is a laboratory of ethnomusicological research in the north of Brazil, which offers a solid and rigorous safeguard system. Thank you very much. I will call now the students. They will talk about the art collecting archiving process. Just a moment.
Miriam, precisamos. Vamos sair da apresentação, não? Sair da apresentação para ver tudo.
Não, é a mesma.
Você precisa? Ok.
É a mesma apresentação, pode continuar.
Hello, I'm very grateful to be participating in this conference. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself and my work at Liber, as well as introduce my other colleagues. My name is Lorena Quintino, and I am a student of music education. I am a student of music education at the Federal University of Pará. I am a research fellow at the Ethnomusicology Laboratory of UFPA, and my scholarship is linked to the project led by Dr. Lilian Cohen, Music and Society in Pan-Amazonia. The title of my work plan is Audiovisual and Physical Collection of the Ethnomusicology Laboratory of UFPA, a study on treatment, inventory, and accessibility. My study is called Audiovisual and Physical Collection of the Ethnomusicology Laboratory of UFPA, a study on treatment, inventory, and accessibility. It is an analysis and reflection on the Liber collection, its importance for the community, ethical issues related to this collection, and how to create an inventory in Excel. I also explore the best ways to make the collection accessible to traditional communities and research, as well as how to inventory digital and physical collection in Excel. My study focuses on analyzing the Liber collection, looking at its importance for the community and the ethical issues related to it. I worked with Dr. Lilian Cohen and other collaborators to create an inventory in Excel of the collection's audiovisual and physical materials, include images, videos, and audio stored on the hard disk. The goal is to make the collection accessible to traditional communities and research while protecting and preserving it for authorized access. We are completing the inventory process and communicating with interlocutor communities to share digital copies of relevant materials. So I will talk about the work we have been doing since September last year. We have been organizing all the physical and the digital collections into spreadsheets to make them available on the official UFPA website. I have been responsible for cataloging the collections of several institutions. During this work, I learned more about collections and how to organize them properly. It is an important task for the community in Pará. We've been working closely with people and organizations who own and contribute to these collections to make sure we have permission to share them on the UFPA website. It involves a lot of talking and making agreements so that everyone is okay with this. We also learn about how to handle these materials and the right way and getting legal permission to use them. It's been a bit tough, but we're proud to have gotten permission for many collections and are still working on the rest. We believe it's important to preserve and protect these resources while making them available to use. So I will talk about my colleague Tisa Moraes. She is a mother, music teacher, and art producer. She lives in Blumenau, Santa Catarina, Brazil. She is member of the Amazon Music and Identity Research Group and the Ethnomusicology Laboratory, but at the Pará Federal University. She works with the Labinfra project and the Ethnomusicology journal, Uaraó, Negro River, and Pio Lobato collections. She cataloged the metadata of those collections, which involved the organization of digital and physical files, as well as the storage of them. She also responsible for the Nacional online repository, in which all data from other collections were uploaded to. The access to that material is made by catalog codes. Those codes are given up the completion of a form and further analysis of its based on an ethical protocol. Then, the access is granted for 30 days, in which all files requests can be seen but not downloaded. The work with the Labinfra project has given me the opportunity to understand the problems that address the ethnomusicology research in Brazil. She believes it is important to create an accessible data repository on that research. It can be a place where experience are exchanged as well as a way of community information between people in all forms of social organization. So my colleague will João.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna talk about my two colleagues they worked in Labetno. My name is João Santos. I start to talk about my colleague Evelyn Tainá Silva. So she was born in São João da Ponta City, in the state of Pará, Brazil. She's a grad student in music and society in the Federal University of Pernambuco. And her research is on the Boi de Máscaras repertoire, and she holds a bachelor degree in music from the Federal State of Pará. She worked as a music teacher in São João da Ponta City. She also played clarinet at the Federal University of Pará School of Music Symphony Band. She is a member of the Music of Pará student group, in Portuguese, GEMPA, which is coordinated by Dr. Sônia Chada. And to the Pará Federal University Ethnomusicology Laboratory since 2018, and the Amazon Music and Identity Research Group since 2023. She has a scholarship in the UFPA, and she responsibilities include cataloging and now conclusion of monographies from both Federal and State University of Pará, writing of the music of Pará. With the Dr. Chada, she worked on the musical practices in Pará inventory, which is the main project of the GEMPA. She also worked with the Amazon Musical Archaeology Inventory and the analysis of the pre-Columbian music instruments at the Emílio Guilde Museum and the National Museum collections. And here you can see some images of she works. Almost all the entities with which she worked in those projects with an digital forms. As a physical item, there are some instruments replicas, original texts, and photos. They will be part of the Labetno bibliography collection. So I'm talking about now my colleague and talking about a little bit of me too. I will start talking about of my colleague Isaac Souza. So he is a resident of the city of Belém. He have a degree in music from the Federal University of Pará. He is also a multi-instrumentalist and the composer of hip-hop lo-fi. He worked as a fellow at the laboratory Labetno, and he going to talk. So I'm going to talk about his work at the laboratory. The name of the program is Meeting Knowledge, with a unique experience for undergraduate music students in direct contact with the Master of Pará culture. The first stage of our work is to go to the master's house and learn about his history. Then we organize together how the teaching schedule will be. The material we will use in the classroom, for example, instruments, soundbox, microphone. And the second stage is the arrival of the master in the university classroom for his scholarship and teaching, where we organize the classroom, the sound equipment, and the instruments. We record everything on camera and usually play music with the master as well. This part of the experience is very rich for us because we learn with each encounter. An experience recently was playing with Mestre Curica, being able to learn firsthand of how to play guitar and other instruments of the carimbó. Carimbó is a genre of cultural music of Amazon in the purest way. So now I'm going to talk about my work and the two others process and stage of the Labetno's work in our archives. So my name is João Santos. I am also a music student at the Federal University of Pará. I am a multi-instrumentalist and composer too. I am one of the Labetno's collaborators and fellows with great pride. In addition, I'm a promoter of popular culture in my state and a regional and popular musician. It's a great pleasure for me to be talking about our work and publicizing the work of Masters of Amazon Culture. The third stage is the organization of everything that was filmed in classroom. Videos and photos are cataloged. The organization of the collections takes place through a spreadsheet, where it's formatting an organization its size collectively with the other colleagues in the laboratory. The collections we carry out have a principle from the organization to the date video or photo was produced, the file code responsible for the photographic record graphic video, the time of this video, and we organize this in a code that follow the initials of collection. For example, we have a work on making knowledge archives. In Portuguese, will be Acervo Encontro de Saber. So the file in the folder will be called AS001, in Portuguese, AS001, and so on. It may seem like a very mechanical process, and even if it is a little, there is a part of cultural interaction with the content that is being organized, where we learn and review what is captured. The last step of our work is to return to the master's house to take back everything, the material registered in the classroom and also the work of the students. We saved everything on this drive, pen drive. We take an ethics protocol for the masters to sign, and it's up to the masters to decide if they want us to share the material and if we can leave it on the Labetno website. This moment of return is very important as create a link between the material produced and the producer. Is in case to the cultural teacher who was with us. The ethical protocol document explains the necessary requests for third parties to have access to the content producing and also to the master of popular culture himself, making an exchange between the university and cultural producers and society in general. So I will call, you can pass to show some photos. So you see the second stage. We have the master. In this case, we have Master Curica. He's a master of Carimbó culture, and we are playing. The Isaac is the guy who was playing bass, and I am the long-haired guy with playing the drums, the percussion, with the black shirt. We can pass. The third stage will can see the process, but I'm just passing the images to you see the photos, the work that we have in UFPA. So I will call my colleague Rafael to talk about the other three colleagues and they work on Labetno. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rafael, and I will talk about the other three colleagues and their works. The first one is Edilson Curuaya. He's part of the Curuaya ethnicity at the Tavaquara community, Xingu River, Pará, Brazil. This one.
Yeah, hello. My name is Edilson.
His people live at the Curuá village at the Curuá River, as well as at the city of Altamira, which is distant about 2 days in the river. The Curuaya is in contact with non-indigenous people since the 18th century, when the Tavaquara Empress Mission was founded by Jesuit priests in the area in which is Altamira today. Despite that, they try to keep their language, music, culture, food, corporal painting, and history with the knowledge circles, which are regular meetings held at the Kirinapan Association of Altamira. Nowadays, he lives in Belém and studies music at the Federal University of Pará. He is also a member of the Ethnomusicology Laboratory, Labetno. His works aims to create a collection of the memories of his family and the musical practice of his great-grandmother, Maria de Lourdes Curuaia. This work is significant to his family and his people. He already made interviews with his mother and some other relatives about his great-grandmother and her musical practice. In this moment, he is dealing with the cataloging process of those data, which will be shared with the Kiripanam Association. Next one is Angelo Souza.
Hi.
This guy here, who lives in Mosqueiro Island and studies music at the Federal University of Pará. He has a scholarship at the university and works with the Arte em Toda Parte project. His research is on choro music from the Mosqueiro Islands. He's also part of the Ethnomusicology laboratory, and there he works with the Master Jorge do Cavaco collection. Master Jorge is a musician and teacher at the Mosqueiro Island. This collection includes his samba compositions related to the Piratas da Ilha de Mosqueiro Samba School. He's a student of Master Jorge, and with him, he had the opportunity of learning all string instruments that are part of a choro group, cavaquinho, guitar, and 7 strings guitar. Nowadays, he also plays tambourine at Master Jorge's Choro com Café group. Master Jorge Collections is in the final stage of organization. Now, Angelo is also working with the access protocol process. And the last one is Maria do Carmo, right here.
My name is Maria do Carmo.
A music student at Federal University of Pará and a Labetino member. She's daughter of the Quilombolas, born and raised in the community of Médio Itacuruçá, and she considers herself as a Quilombola as well. Currently, she lives in Belém, Pará. She is a researcher in her community, which is located 139 kilometers from Belém, in the northern region of Pará. To get to the community, you have to take the Itacuruçá branch road for approximately 12 kilometers. Where you can see beautiful landscapes with forests, trails, and other communities contrasting with farms and long palm plantations along the road. You can also access the community by the Itacuruçá River, which flows into the Maratauíra River, a tributary of the Tocantins River. Itacuruçá is a land occupied by Blacks based on ethnic factors. Quilombola lands are recognized as a space of collective and family occupation through a historical and cultural tradition that was shared by people who descended from a group of remaining individuals with strong family ties. The community, like others, fought against prejudice and for the rescue of their members to obtain recognition as Quilombolas. It was formed by African slaves who met after abolition, relegated to all kinds of exclusion, and who over time sought to be socially, culturally, and economically integrated into a society that was nothing like their places of origin. Itacuruçá is considered the largest Quilombola community in Abaetetuba and belongs to Arquia, Association of Quilombola Remnants of the Islands of Abaetetuba, with almost 4,000 inhabitants. The community's people work as artisans, farmers planting cassava, corn, and rice for consumption and commercialization. And even today, the work of crop is done traditionally. They are also acai collectors, manufacture tiles and bricks, and harvest the other fruits and grains for consumption. The objective of her research is to understand what memories still exist about the musical practice that were performed in her community. She wants to know what memories about the community's past musical practice still exist among the elders and what types of transformations have occurred in the community and what elements were responsible for this transformation. The research will be conducted with the elders, many of whom are from her own family, who resist leaving the community. Additionally, she will be creating a sound collection about music, both in Labetino and in the Quilombo. She's still at the beginning of her work and in contact with community and association leaders. So she has no results yet. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we finished our presentation. Matia, thank you very much. You can talk now.
You can talk now. I was thinking what I'm doing. I have a presentation as a number 3 here. It's part of the Liber. But I was thinking to do it quite short to have more space for discussion. I have to share a screen now. Okay, I just put the title Learning from Brazil. And to introduce myself, I'm working right now in the University of Applied Science and Arts, but I lived for 15 years in Venezuela, and I work for Universidade Brasilia. I did a postdoc there for 5 years, but I cannot change this next one. Okay.
You have to put it in presentation.
I'm not sure if it's working.
And then you
Up
have
there.
Yeah, you have a remote control of this.
Oh my god. Okay, can I go to the next one?
It's down. It's down.
Yes.
Thank you. No. Just do. Okay. Yeah, 10 minutes, but it's just, I worked in the field on site with copyright recordings from 1911 stored in the Phonograma archive at the head of the media today. I started in 2005 with that work on site. We did collaborative archive in the Berlin Museum, which is not just about historical recordings only, it's about this ontological units, ontology in a Lateralian sense and the Amazonian sense, not in a technological sense, but also. So we worked on the unity of tangible and intangible heritage, like not only music instruments, there are also other objects, photos, paintings involved. And we did several this is Lider Mori, this is Fernando Lambos, who's a family from Bavina Lambos, it's different communities, this is Shibu Kunibu. We worked in this project with Raul Mori and Lider Mori and Fernando Lambos in the Humboldt Forum, and we did the first sounds installation inside the Humboldt Forum. Quite controversial, but it's not the topic today. I just wanted to introduce the ideas of bringing indigenous people into the museum's context, into the archives. Not bringing, I mean, I try my best to. I was invited, it was not me, so I was invited by people from the museum.
You have already, you can use it.
Okay. So, my relation to Liber was since years, as I worked at Universidade Brasilia, the projects of the Kakumek recordings were financed by CAPES, a Brazilian institution, not by any European institution. So when I just was thinking about problems and friction when we think about how to deal with collaborative work between Europe and Brazil. This are a few points. I guess we had it in the morning. I guess it's your everyday business. So just to bring it up, the very interesting point for me is, as an observer, outside observer, not working inside a museum, is that we have more the museum side who's interested in collaboration, and not the teaching side, not the academic. The European academic is totally outside. We have anthropology, we have ethnomusicology, but there's not so much or even no interaction with indigenous researchers as we have in the Universidade right now. Okay, this is what I taught last year in the ICTM 2020, so I will not look to any problem. We discussed this problem. Sustainability, CEO had a very good paper in Beijing in 2018 about that. I will concentrate more on the thing on the ontological gaps, and it's also ontologically, and we heard from in the morning, in the afternoon. But I see we have this ethical protocols and we have this ownership problem. So this is my new engagement, or what I try to understand in cooperation with PR, how we can work that out. Is there a community? Is there community washing? I wouldn't say there is no community. There's what I call intra-ontological things. That means there are persons who are related to different non-human entities. And we have the trans-ontological problem, which is we are interacting with some, from our point of view, from our ontologies. We heard it, informatics is using revealing or generating new entities, which is very modern style in Latvian sense. We just need new entities, and we try to control them, and we cannot control them. And so we have this interaction of trans-ontological problems between indigenous group and indigenous thinking. And indigenous people have the problem of intra-ontological problems. And this was not talking about that, but maybe we can have a Q&A that it is important that we have this providing that it's not always easy for him to receive on how to work with the protocol ethicals, as what we call neoliberalism insiders. So intra-ontologically means we have the so-called community thing. They are mostly interested in generating new recordings. We have the idea of limited jazz, as we heard a lot of time today. We have it in parentheses, and we have it not very clear, as I understood the sensitive data in the Univeen presentation. What is sensitive data? I don't know, but I can guess what it is. And we have these ontological units of tangible and intangible entities. In comparison, this is our work, as we are working with European archives. We have this trans-ontological thing, which means the older terms were inter-transculture or transculture, but there's no culture, no nature dichotomy, how you can pronounce it, and I would say it's trans-ontologically. And we work with historical recordings. And when working with historical recordings, we are working with entities which are new in a way for the collaborator researchers on the side. I call it academic agents. That's what we are. We try to go into the field, we try to understand something. We have a lot of different quality of so-called co-research, indigenous researchers, we have specialist types, a lot of quality of specialist types, and we have something which goes to this point, as we heard it before as well. The good old Seeger quote, who's the owner of the recording? So the question is, or what Seeger says, and the Jaguars and also ask them if you want to. And we have this ontological gap. Here's the Jaguar, ask him. And this is quite known for Amazonia, this will repeat it. That we have all the owners, not only in your case, this is Cornelia Google, who says that, okay, for Madagascar as well, we have these non-human entities who are the owners of the form and sound. We have auditory knowledge, which is from non-human entities to human entities, and this is circulating. We have this idea of circulating. Okay, this is more or less Amazonian style. But my question is, what I realized after 20 years working in the field and trying to do hearing sessions, I realized there's something that is an indigenous theory by practice. And so the question is, I don't know if that's English, but how to say if no one can know what I know from this geography. Is that understandable?
Say it again.
In German, it's quite clear. How to say if no one can know what I know from the geography. This is the problem. This is the inside problem.
Yeah.
Understood? Fine. One. So, with other words, canaries are a kilo song. So, if you know that someone, if you say, oh no, I know this is a kilo song, how can you report it as a kilo song? You have a problem because that means that you maybe know it and you can apply it. So, this is the question. So, this is the inter-ontological problem we have inside communities and why even people who are so-called insiders cannot talk about it. And there's an indigenous theorizing practice. When I asked, I moved to Paris in 2005 the first time. Can we listen? Can we have a listen session? He said, what is it about? Well, we have the documentation of Kokurimyak, 1911. We have Parichara, we have Tukuik, we have Kiesan, we have Kanaima songs. Okay, let's record. No, we want to listen. No, let's record. Let's just listen. No, let's record. Okay, let's record. So finally, we record. And this is just a few things. A lot of people, everyone I wanted to talk to, listen to the recordings, they started to sing and to practice. So after a bunch of years, it's quite simple. I understood why. And Benedicta told me that, and Berlin as well, and I had experience. Why she said, this jungles you cannot record, but they appear there. But there are two jungles more you can absolutely not record, and they will not appear in this list. But they are published from Brahmaka, for sure. These are Pia San songs and Oreva songs. These are the killer songs. So this is absolutely, this is sensitive data file in the end, but these are recordings who will include games and. So why people can hear it, no problem. If you can manage the entities, it's your problem. But please do not listen to these records with the children. Okay, and the next point that comes up to this idea, this was my point in what I did, and now we started this new interaction with Chiney Asolini. He is also doing his archive in Liber. He's in Berlin right now, with his father. And we had this wonderful discussion when we all talk about repatriation. We talked about this digital repatriation. I read all this handbook, this Oxford handbook for musical repatriation. And you can talk to Chiney that it is now, that's not the point. You don't even want to think back. Why? What do you want to do with that? So these are entities who are not exist. We have to get familiarized. We have to re-socialize them. And this is what Europeans have to learn. We have to re-socialize us. And these entities who are in the archives, objects, photos, paintings, they want to have contact them to re-socialize it. And so our new project is called the Re-Socialization of Sound. In this case, it is based in Museologia de Liber in Switzerland, which are very open to the idea to let indigenous people define their ideas. Well, finally, I wrote an SNF application together with the Lab Ethno and Forum Mac, in interaction with this Aparayana. This is a short collection from 1972, 1973, and I guess some is inside there. And one of the main questions I visited before I wrote the application, I visited the Aparayana 2 times to reveal their questions. And one of the most interesting questions is that they see these ontological units between not only musical instruments. Sure, it's one question. But the main things are ritual objects. Other things are like Chiney would say, every object has a song, every object has a painting. Maybe every object has a painting, has a spirit, and so on. So all this connection needs to go together, and this is what we're doing right now, is just to collect all this idea, indigenous idea, how they want to do the methodology, how they want to serialize on their stuff. This is all. I hope I had not too much time used. Oh yeah, 10 minutes. So we have 28 minutes for discussion and Q&A. you there? Lilian? You will have question and answers, right?
Yes.
Any question, comments?
Maybe I get up so people see me. Hi. Better there? Okay. Well, thanks a lot for your wonderful presentation and the wonderful work that you're doing. It's really amazing to hear about it. So what I would like to know is, how did people react when you came with the idea of putting these things in the archive and giving it back? And so what was the reaction to your initial initiative, really? So were there different reactions, or were people hesitant, or embraced the idea? So that would be, interesting to know. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, some communities ask us to make the archive like Timei Aswini, for example, but his archive, he wants that his archive stay only with him, not with Labajon. And then this, we are very, we have flexibility to dialogue with the wishes of these communities. And other communities has their demands, but some communities we make the invitation. For example, the Masters of Knowledge that we invite to do the class with us, we create an archive by his. And we ask him if they want to do it, and we have many steps to stay, just to make the archives. And we always talk to them that we will make the devolution of this, because our communities have many transformations, and they want to record in archive the memories of the elders, the ancient musics. For example, Timei Aswini, that in this moment is collaborating with Matias and Labette. At the time Matias was in Belém, Matias has meeting the Timei's father, Itaquiri Assurini. In that moment, we has recorded many talks of Timei's fathers. And now, months after, his father died, and now Timei is looking for these recordings in many museums in the world, because his father has had collaborated with many researchers in all the world. Then we think that the communities want to know these collections, and similarly make news collections, news archives. We think that they want to do the things together and have protagonism. It's very difficult because we have the tradition to be the authors, to take the decisions, but we try to learn with them these aspects of restrictions and what they want to do with his archives, if they want to stay at UFPA or not. I don't think if I answer completely. Matthias can help me, my English is terrible. Sorry.
I guess we're clear. Any more questions?
I'm curious about just what you were saying about re-socializing these songs or musical traditions. I'm curious if you've encountered instances where communities or individuals don't want the songs re-socialized. I'm just thinking about my experience. There are certain traditions in northern Native American communities that perhaps the last practitioner of that tradition has passed away, and there is nobody in the community who's really authorized to exercise that tradition any longer, and so they don't want that music back. I'm just curious if you encountered anything like that, or and if so, how you managed it.
I know. Thanks, great question. I guess we have different qualities of historical recordings. In my case, for instance, in my first case in 2003, 4, 5, when I went, I had recordings for older than 100 years. So there is no community. There are specialists who know what's on the record. In other case, I know this Navajo case from Reinhard Hatum. I don't know if you know that they want this hosting cloud recordings of George Herzog. Some people want to destroy the wax cylinders, others doesn't want to.
Yeah.
I was very impressed if you really talk to people. Why not talk to people? And these people, they are different ideas, and we have to, like we have to see everyone. And I guess this is maybe another problem of the big institutions you represent. I mean, you have this love of recordings and whatever. What the idea in this project is to go step by step every recording, every second, very carefully, so just take your time and just sure there are people who doesn't want that. The question is, will we delete that? Will we destroy the wax cylinder? I don't know. I won't say yes. Why not? It's not our idea, but it's very difficult to say, and it's individual. It's the question I had to you, but it's another one. It's about community indigenous knowledge label. Who labels that?
Right.
So I guess we need to go step by step, and if that's the case. But in this case, it's more interesting. It's more what Liber is doing. Is a safeguarding. It is really what indigenous or Colombo people from the communities are starting to record. So it's a little bit different in this case. And what we did with this resocialization in this case means how indigenous people want to interact, in this case Chimay, the Asurini, with the Ethnographic Museum in Geneva. And it's not about restitution, because Geneva signed a contract with Museo do Índio and Rio de Janeiro that we give everything back, but Chimay doesn't want to. So this is another question.
Yeah.
And so the problem right now, what we do is to talk about. He wants to know who it is. He wants to sing, and if they go to the showcases, I was impressed with it. It's opened my heart. If I see how the people start to sing to the objects. So this is performance. This is collaborative archiving to open the archives for interaction. And this is resocialization with the objects, not so much about the recording.
Understood. That's really beautiful.
If I may also add one thing to what you said, in a very recent short experience with also, socializing back, if you like, historical recordings in the Oasis of Siwa, recordings made by a German ecologist, the name was Brigitte Schiffer. And not only they do not want the recordings because they have songs that refer to aspects of life that they don't want, publicly known, and they don't want to remember them. They also don't want these recordings online. So here we are very worried about accessibility and all of that. Now, people who are descendants of the music makers and who still make a similar kind of music, they don't want the stuff online. And they themselves also don't want to be recorded because of social media, because many of their performances were recorded by tourists and other passers-by and were put on social media, and that was something that was not in an increasingly traditional Islamic environment. That was not something they wanted to have publicized to available in the world. So I wonder whether you can comment about accessibility, your experience on online accessibility. This is an issue.
It was an issue. There's a project in the Humboldt, in the Ethnomusicological Museum. It's called Sharing Knowledge. I don't know if it's copied by Sociedad. And this was like 2010s around when Andrea Scholz started to do a database where indigenous people, Piedmont people where I lived in the Grand Savannah, should write their information to the objects. And so the only information came from Balbina and me because I had internet in my house. So this was absolutely not the idea of interacting because no one is interested. And as well as something as you said in the morning, I know this was the Madrid quote. Remember the Madrid? This dark, what's it? This dark, huh?
Dead archives?
Dead archives. I mean, it's difficult. It comes exactly when you do double click, as Latour said, it comes to the mode of existence. When you double click and it sounds. It's not a dead archive. It sounds the moment when someone decides to do a click. And exactly this can be a problem. But in the case I had, absolutely, the recordings who are made by Kopgrumert are dangerous, but it's not my decision to take them off the market. You can buy this CD for 30-50 online, but I'm not in this business. I don't know how many videos I record with indigenous people. Please take this record off. So it's by the SPK, the Staatliche Museum für Deutsche Kulturbesitz, Foundation decides that. But it's not my decision. But I would recommend not to sell the CD anymore, and obviously not to publish it. And for the new project, we just get a step back. We were thinking about a lot of showing backups, and we have hopefully the support by Chan in Geneva to do this cloud system, which is most clouds are under the earth. And yes, we will. Like we have no idea about access at the moment, and this is just to support in a way this thing. But publication is not a topic at the moment. I guess it's too early to do any database and any publication. It's accessed by and even AI, artificial intelligence or hyper artificial intelligence is coming up. These intelligence we will not understand anymore, and then don't want to understand as the guy inventor says. I think it's very, very dangerous for indigenous people because we create new entities we doesn't even know to control them. And these entities or ontologies will mix up with these certainties of entities they have. I mean spirits, but they have a certainty about the spirits. And that's a big laugh here around. I don't know, I'm laughing as well because I don't believe in spirits, but it's my personal way. But I have the certainty that other people are certain about spirits, so that's why I have to be controlling this things. So, sorry for talking so much. But maybe yeah.
I was thinking about Ailton Krenak, and there was that you have Ailton Krenak, yeah, and he told about this kind of knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and he said that this kind of knowledge, the transmission of this kind of knowledge is through reels. I mean, history and archive are on reels. This is a paradox because it's not a job, but maybe to access the archive, one has to dream. That's the big idea of your presentation, and so thank you very much for your idea about this kind of accessibility by another way to the archive and to the history, to the knowledge, basically. Thank you.
didn't want this. How's the time? Nina, you want to say something? We have 12 minutes.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. And thank you very much, Matthias, too, to stay there. And thank you for all people who is present. And just thank you very much.
Someone wants to ask that? I think we have Franz.
No, we have to wait 6 o'clock. Okay? So we have
okay.
10 minutes break.
Well, there's just a lot of smart people working.
Yeah.
Well, I told you this morning that I have a 30-minute speech. And since there was no time in the morning, I decided to get back here in the afternoon and tell you the rest. And the rest is written here. It's a dedication of this token to France, who is right here, in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the University of Aveiro, and I would say to the preservation of our sound memory and sound landscape and all his collaboration towards our digital archive. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to give him this token. France. There is more also, and I would call. Yeah. So we decided that your name is so well known here that we wrote it to give you a new room here. Wow. Susanna has a really long seat. Then you can have whatever you wish to say.
Well, I don't want you to be stand, but I can, well, read what I prepared. Well, during the preparation phase for setting up France like space at the University of Aveiro, while reviewing the diverse projects presented by the designer Biblioteca, I found myself thinking, what is a name? Because this is a name. The Portuguese Nobel Prize laureate in literature expressed in his work all the names, and I quote, "The worst thing about the General Registry Office is that he doesn't care to know who we are. To them, we are just a piece of paper with names and dates." This is precisely what I hope to avoid in this dedicated space for Franz Lechner, where his name will be engraved. France has been, since 2012, our guide on the organization of University of Aveiro's shell activities and archive. And he never asked us for anything in return except for the reassurance that his assistance was valuable to us. I first met Franz Lechner in 2011 when I visited the Museum in Vienna. At that time, I brought along 2 shellac records from the José Mossos collection that the collector had identified as being recorded before the Republic, meaning before 1910. Probably some of them are there. When I presented the records to France, as if they were 2 relics and I had carried with me almost like a precious cargo, he took them, lifted them up to inspect something that I had no idea existed at that time, and quickly started providing information about both of the pieces, without manuals or any other resources besides what was printed and hidden on the records. I learned that both had actually been recorded in the 1920s, with one of them in the United States, where the Victor factory was located at that time. I don't know if you remember, but I took with me 2 discs recorded before 1910, and in 5 minutes they were from the 20s, with no manuals, no Wikipedia, nothing. Each day, friends would arrive. The days following my stay at the Museologia were incredible. Each day, friends would arrive at the archive with additional findings he had gathered from his research on those 2 records. And I left the Museologia with the feeling that France was indeed an encyclopedia in human form. In the subsequent year, we get funding to initiate the treatment of the 6,000 shell pieces of the collection, thanks to the generous support of the Carlos Rodriguez Foundation. Friends and Gerda Knighter then visited us for 15 days just before Christmas 2013 to impart their knowledge on handwritten records, digitizing them and enriching their associated information. Despite lacking the necessary equipment, we followed Franz Lechner's recommendations with the help of my colleague Stan, and acquired the tools that still serve as the foundation of our lab today. The initial week proved to be an unparalleled experience, as we soon discovered that while we possessed the equipment, we lacked an appropriate space for conducting optimal transfers of those records. The library proved unsuitable due to the excessive electrical interface, which compromised the quality of the transfers. In fact, we had to construct an isolated grounding wire because, I remember that Isaac made it, because our existing one generated significant noise. Friends enlightened us about the ambient noises that surround us, often going unnoticed due to their familiarity. After a week of experimentation and the constant transportation of the equipment, we eventually reached that the ideal location was the Center for Electroacoustic Music Research in the department of our department of Art and Communication. Well, it was an adventure until we finally achieved the triumphant transfer of the first record. We celebrated a lot and started instructing Antonio, Miguel, and Isaac in the intricate task of handling shellac records. Antonio, Miguel, and Isaac then spent a month with friends in Vienna, gaining further knowledge about the process, albeit without the expertise that made Franz Lechner one of the most esteemed sound engineers in Europe when it came to the treatment and understanding of shellac records and other sound carriers under archive conditions. I recently discovered that Franz's initial encounter with shellac discs took place during his childhood. Every Sunday in the village of Tyrol, where he was born, his grandmother would gather the grandchildren and play the gramophone. Strictly forbidden anyone else from touching it, right?
Right.
Subsequently, his primary school teacher identified him as the child destined to pursue the family's clerical tradition and became a priest. This led Franz to leave home at the tender age of 10 and enter the seminary. However, his callings towards engineering proved stronger than his religious vocation, prompting him to pursue studies at the Vienna University of Technology. It was his passion for music, particularly jazz, that ignited his interest in building a small collection of 5,000 shellac records, which he built and rescued from flea markets in the Austrian sector. Guided by Dr. Dietrich Schuller, who would later become the director of the Phonogram Archive in Vienna, Franz embarked on this quest. And in 1971, he joined the Phonogram Archive as a sound engineer, establishing his own lab, or institutional. From that point forward, he dedicated himself to accumulating knowledge, nurturing enthusiasm, gaining wisdom, and fostering a strong desire to share his expertise with all those who sought his guidance. The University of Aveiro also sought him out in 2012. Since then, he has never abandoned us, always answering our questions, adding so much more that we thought we already knew, and transforming our university into a place where a record is not just a museum artifact, right? We owe this enthusiasm for sound, filled with all its noises, that amaze us every day and that we learn to love, to France. At the University of Aveiro, Franz Lechner is not just a name. He's someone who makes a lasting impact on us every day through his wisdom, sensitivity, and generosity. That is why it is a privilege for us to have his name now engraved in our walls and in one of the most distinguished places at the University of Aveiro, Liber. He remains here, lending his name to our lab, alongside the Shella records and jazz, right? Two of his passions that are also dear to us. Thank you.
I got more than a name. I got a friendship. And you?
Now it's time to listen.
No.
No water? No water?
Oh, yes, yes. Because there was some water from other side as well. Thank you.
Afterwards, if you want, you can visit the place also in the space.
When I started my job in the Phonogram archive in 1973, my business was maintenance, repair of all kinds of tape recorders available in the archive. Professional, semi-professional. And in that case, I had also to record on tape recorder sound documents, and I had to go to a project outside of the archive. I had to record sounds of early church bells throughout in Austria, in Vorarlberg, Carinthia, Tyrol, in Upper Austria, and so on. But it's my focus turned very quick to the re-recording of the so-called phonograms, the old-fashioned or earliest records the phonogram archive is making themselves on a so-called archive phonograph. It was the only possible way at that time to make replicas from a plate, because there was the idea at first to use also the Paulsen telegraphone, also to use the phonograph. But in the case of the phonograph, there was the problem that the sound is decaying after every playing. Or if you want to make copies, you had to do it with a copying machine, or immediately recording on 3 phonograms to get more copies. And the commission at that time, Exner and the other people decided that's not the solution they want to have, because it wasn't more or less suitable for the future. So they intended to make a so-called phonograph, archive phonograph, but there is the plate, the wax plate to record it, was measured on the playing time of the standard cylinder. It took 2 minutes. So therefore, they used a format similar to the so-called 70-inch 8 record in order to keep 2 minutes of sound. And they at first decided to record speech with 50 revolutions per minute and music with 60. But it turned very quick out that the quality is not they had to wanted to hear. So they changed from 50 to 60, or from 60 to 70. Then there was also a possibility to get exchange afterwards with recordings made in Berlin. So they made a machine for copying. But the beginning was very promising, but during the Second World War, the positive collection was destroyed, and afterwards they had to make a new collection by means of so-called epoxy resin in order to get access to their material. So let's see. No. So, at the left-hand side, there is a so-called positive. It's a replica from a matrix. In the middle, there is a so-called metal record, taken from the original matrix by means of a separating material. It's cacao powder, what's this? Butter, cacao butter. And at the right-hand side, there is a new epoxy resin replica, and on the top is the first method to replay such a replica by means of a magnetic cartridge wired in that way that the vertical component can be kept. Was amplified by means of a preamplifier, and that was more or less the start of our reissues on so-called extended play. The first voice portrait to be issued was the 3 phonograms by Emperor Franz Joseph. The first 2 where he spoke a text which was presented by the head of the archive. They didn't want to give the emperor the possibility. He has to keep it in mind and to read it in that way. The Exner was pre-speaking, and afterwards the emperor was repeating and recording. But in that case, at the end of this recording, the emperor wanted to make a recording free speaking, and this came to the solution that the first two recordings were not in a so-called natural way to speak. But the third one, this was of course. So then the head of the archive decided, how should we issue that? Should we take the pitch from the third recording to get the same pitch to the first two recordings? And the sound engineer who made, in that case, the replay, and I myself, we were the opinion you cannot do that, because you have a protocol which tells you you should use this speed and no others. You should not change the speed. But the first re-recording on the EP is not the truth. It's that what some people like to hear. But later on, there was a chance to think a little bit different. There was an issue of the so-called Complete Arabian Congress in Cairo, 1932. And the Phonogram Archive had in his holdings almost 90% of these records. And the chief had good contacts to the Biblioteca Nacional in Paris, and wanted to persuade them that they should loan the missing records in order that the phonograph archive can reissue that on themselves. So no, there was no possibility. But they made, in our opinion, a big mistake. They reissued the whole Congress, but cutting off the pitch tones, which were on the records, because as Erich von Hornbostel told, you have to give a pitch tone at the end in order to have an idea how to play back the record. So, and purists, they told us it's impossible, such a thing. You make a historic mistake. So that was more or less my idea concerning the truth of a real recording. So we had then the chance we got a new so-called studio. We called it the Dark Cave, because you see, the background is dark. It was in that case, this is the so-called more or less throughout several 20 years used setup. At the left-hand side, there is a big 12-inch SME2 arm. At the right-hand side, you see, maybe not as good. This one is a SM3 type 3 arm, because it was chosen from our archive in order to make available replay of the phonograms in a very good way, because it's lightweight. And in that case, all these phonograms are heel and tail records. And in that case, we can also set the so-called anti-skating in a proper way. Anti-skating turns up when the friction caused by the needle cannot be compensated by the pivot of the arm. That part which cannot compensate it tends to skate along the inner part of the groove up, and it depends on the material of the record, and it is also dependent on the speed in the groove, so that from outside to inner, the tendency is very great that the needle jumps out from the groove. So in that case, we found this arm covers our possibility in a best way. Then you see the turntable. The turntable is a modified Technics SL 1200 turntable, made by Jeff Dubois, who could it modify in that way that it gives continuous speed from about 15 revolutions per minute up to 240, 220. But in this case, with exact readout. We needed such a turntable because the speed of our phonograms are set at 50, 60, 70, and so on. A normal turntable doesn't offer that speed. But the problem was that the direct drive makes a lot of stray field in the inner part of the bladder. And therefore we had to make shielding by means of blue metal in order to keep away this stray field. The other problem was the bell at the entrance of the archive. We had a bell ringing by means of electricity. So you produce something like direct impulses in a manner which you cannot use. The frequency of response of such impulse goes from 0 to endless. And the amplification of the preamplifier has to be set to about 60 dB. And of course you use magnetic cartridge. The magnetic cartridge has a coil inside, so therefore accepts the field from the bell and produces heavy signals in your earphone. We had to dismantle it. There was no other possibility. So that was more or less the beginning. Why did we have a second arm? In previous times, when you wanted to distinguish the performance between two different needles, you made a recording, laid it back, and compared it with the actual recording and with the taped one. And it's a time-consuming manner which is impossible. So therefore, we made 2 arms in a proper distance, equipped with with similar cartridges and different needles, and we had a preamplifier. This is the white one on the top of the BCM recorder. We could switch from input A to input B, so that we can immediately hear the difference of the needles and select the best one. And on top, there is a brown small box with all the needles we need for replay of not only the phonograms, or the commercial records and so on. And in that case, we had good contact with AKG, and we had the possibility to make cross sections of several commercial records, because they offered us the possibility to measure it by means of a scaled microscope. So in that case, I could make some cross sections, and to get the idea, there should be one other before, yes. Idea what is what are the makings, but the cross section or the groove wall, there is one parameter, but the other one is the material of the record composed of. So therefore, you have to combine both in order to get a proper sound. But all that is not objective, because you are the only one who controls it. You have your ears. If you have very good ones, then you can I could hear up to 18K, even when I was 34. So that's, and I could distinguish in steps of 1.1, of 0.1 dB. So therefore, I had very good ears. But that's always the problem. At the beginning, you have no experience, but good ears. At the end, the opposite turns out. So, and this is the so-called most used cartridge we bought by AKG, and in that case we got a bulk of empty pre-drilled cantilevers, so that we could equip it by means of expert stylus in Great Britain with a proper needle. And the needles had a range from about 40 micron up to 200 microns in order to play back all the common records. The big size are more or less for partir records, or also for cylinders. Partir records are normally played best when you have a tangential arm, and you have no anti-skating. You can select everything what you want, and it will work But in the case of Hill and Dale records being played back with a conventional arm, it's always to find a proper anti-skating setting which will work. But at the end of the AKG, we had to move to another cartridge, Shure M44-7, because at the end of the 90s, IKG stopped producing, and therefore we had to think for the future, and therefore M44-7 was the best available. Still not available anymore, because we stopped afterwards. But now it's more or less the cartridge in our archive. When you want to make a re-recording, you have to play back by means of a preamplifier, and in that case, if you have to deal with electrical recordings, you have to set a proper turnover, and in some cases the roll-off as well. It needs a little knowledge about the policy of the several record companies, because in Europe it was common to take the turnover at 250 Hertz. But in the States, 300, 400 and 500 as well was afterwards usual. So therefore you have to know which make was using. But at the beginning of the digital era, there was also offered to make the equalization in the digital domain, so that you make a flat, more or less, transfer and make the equalization in the digital workstation. But you have to give attention that if, for instance, you have to deal with the electrical cartridge record, the turnover is the part which will be flat anyway. But before before the turnover, you have to give at least 6 dB, in some cases 12 dB headroom, in order to be able to set the equalization in the digital domain. And it sounds not the same as analog, because if you change the analog signal to digital, you cannot keep the phase. The phase of the recording is more or less fixed to the RC circuit of the recording and the playback, and this cannot be kept. So therefore, it will never sound, in my opinion, as good as a good analog equalization. It may be a philosophy, but at the moment, I have heard the difference. In my opinion, it's not as good. So then, if you have made the transfer from the analog to the digital by means of an external converter, then you have to deal, for instance, with such crackle, clicks, and so on. If this more or less distortion is more than 5 milliseconds long, you cannot do it with a normal software. You need a professional software which gives you the opportunity to split it in that way. You have to take the left one first, then take the right one, and then I have not any more thing. So then you can see or hear it. That's the best way. But it's expensive. We use in our archive WaveLab of Steinberg. In some cases, you can also, if you have money, to do it with Isotope. It's a very, very good tool, but very expensive. And then, yes, it's very expensive.
Yeah, but we just bought it, so it's there.
But it works very good.
Yes, we took the budget.
Yeah,
and
yes,
bought
yes.
it.
Johannes Spitzbart knows.
Yes, and we have it.
Yes,
so,
and
yeah,
I know it. Yes, yes. So, then, afterwards you have to store it, keep it. At first we tried to keep it with an external hard disk. IDE form, but during the first use of a big batch of real recordings, it didn't work anymore. So we had to change to another possibility. We had, of course, of the whole content. We have re-recorded copies for working on CD. So we had to use the CD records in order to push it to the workstation once more, and to build up a new system for safeguarding. We had to make it double-sided, 3 times on different disks and so on, and at the very end we had to build up a real server system and to make outsourcing on LTO band. Now, of course, the cloud is everywhere. But I was told it's easy to handle, but it's not a secure instrument. It's not good for archives. So digital is, I think, a proper way, but don't forget, the original should be kept as long as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, friends. I want also to thank, I know you have a very difficult agenda, our director, 2 vice rectors, and also our rector, so I want to thank you all, not only for agreeing to offer a place for the name of Franz Lechner in our university, but also to be with us, and also to Christina Cortes, who is the owner of this this place. So we have dinner at 8 o'clock at Casa de São Sebastião. You remember I sent the map to all of you? You don't?
No, I forgot about it, but
Okay,
someone
no
will
problem.
be going. So.
But I want to invite you to see the small, we have at least now in our university, we have 2 labs. One is this one, the original one, and we have another one at the Department of Art and Communication also. No? We have a sound lab.
Yes.
It's your department. Both are dedicated to digitation of transference to the cloud of old and obsolete carriers. But okay, we don't know what is the future of this, but we'll try our best in order to develop some expertise and knowledge about this process here in the University of Aveiro. This is a very transdisciplinary knowledge, as you saw. Okay, it includes chemistry, physics, and materials, a lot of things. Electronics now. So it's a very important tool to develop this transdisciplinary knowledge in our university also. Only at this. Let me just finish with this. I always remember the first time friends came. There was a strike in the north of Europe. So one of the things that he asked us to buy was a liquid to clean the discs. Didn't arrive. So we had that liquid, and he told us, "You have a chemistry department here." Yes, we have. Okay. Ask them to make, I don't know the names in English, water, blah, 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 with 2%, yes, with 2% of I don't know what. Okay, so I called a friend at the chemistry department, and she came with a very nice glass. Full of the transparent liquid. And he solved immediately the process. But, we need to have some experience in order to know all of these things. So that's fantastic.
So you have also experience in celebrating myself. So I thank you once more, and I thank the people who worked with me, Antonio, Miguel, and Isaac. And not to forget, Rosario. I had the chance to meet her in Tbilisi and to make the first so-called brainstorming concerning your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Und wir werden, wenn Sie dagegen haben, einen Nachrichtenbeitrag
Ja.
Das ist ja aber auch verständlich. Ich wollte nur nicht allein stehen. Nein, ich habe gesagt, nein, natürlich Beitrag von Documental. Wusstest du es? Oder wusstest du es?